Hello!
Hello.
Hello, everybody! We are here for episode 100 of The Legend of Zelda. We don't have a cool name.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever came out with a cool name other than that. That's just how it is. It's just Zeldarp. We did it.
There were talks of giving it a name, but it's just like we've already been so far into the game.
The Legend of Zelda, the champions of Hyrule. The Legend of Zelda RP, the goddess returns to mortal body. Legend of Zelda RP.
People would have been waiting a long ass time for that one.
The Legend of Zelda RP, Big Himbo Fish Man.
That feels. I don't like that.
I've got one. The Legend of Zelda RP, the Broken Triforce.
No, you're dumb. That's dumb.
Why is that dumb? That's literally the point.
When was that ever established?
Since the beginning.
We have here with us. We have, like always, we have our Emerald Boy. There they are. We have our Eric. We have our Squeakums.
Fuck, I don't have anything witty to say.
That's fine. I said "buh."
It's like, fuck.
I was ready to.
And we have our Gorthos, otherwise known as Anthony.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. we are gonna jump into everything in just a moment. But I just wanted to say, since we are in episode 100, thank you guys very much for keeping up with us and for watching, and also for heckin' my players here for hanging out and keeping up and keeping going with everything. We're having hopefully a pretty good time. I think we're in a pretty healthy spot as far as the Zelda RP is concerned, and most likely we will be done with this game by the end of the year. But me saying that is gonna push it beyond that, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But it's been a wild ride, and it's been a fun ride with all of you guys. And I can give each of you a little kiss. Mwah.
No.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Now to kill all of you. All right, so we're gonna be jumping into the game.
Be sure to join us in summer 2025 for the finale of Zelda.
I mean, that's like what, 2 years away? Probably not.
Yes.
Most likely not. At the very latest. You know what? At the very latest, yeah, summer 2025. That's the latest I'll give you guys.
You heard him, Chad.
That's the latest. The earliest is the end of this year, and the most likely one, the end of this year. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump in. Wah! We're in the room. Look at this room with its dice towers. So good.
Yeah.
So wonderful. So wunderbar. We've done it. But yeah, we are all about. We are here at the thing here. I finally put away Hyrule Castle maps, so that's fun.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're gone. We have more room for activities again. Who wants to tell us what happened last time, or do I have to roll? All right then. I'm gonna roll.
Like when
I'm gonna roll this one. I'm gonna roll this one over here, Marco. That means Marco is 1. That makes Gorthos 4. That means 2 is Ronan and 3 is Holo. Gorthos, what happened last game?
You know, that's a great question. I couldn't tell you.
I will give you a single pass because of things going on today. I will roll again.
You're not gonna believe it.
So Squeaky, what happened last time?
There you go. I was gonna be like, it's just a matter of time, and no one's gonna be able to except me. The last time on Zelda, we continued where we left off on the previous one, where we were in Lon Lon about to meet Marco's third and final, quote unquote, sister. The one and only fucking Misty. Misty's her name, right? Misty.
Yeah, Misty.
Yeah.
Misty. Okay, Misty, who is running for fucking Lon Lon Mayor. And everybody was like, yo, Misty, what's going on? And she was like, oh, no, we're doing really well. We're campaigning. We're, the mayor's just being an asshole because Hadar's not here to protect me anymore. I wish he could return. I want to see him again.
Twirls hair. And
Twirls
fingers.
hair. And, he was really, he was pretty great. He came in and he was like, I'm a demon. I can be pretty scary sometimes, so don't fuck with me. But he was like, me and him were really cool. And I hugged him once and he was really warm and he smells good.
I'm gonna kick his ass if he hurts her.
He didn't do shit!
I said if he hurts her.
And I'm trying to remember like super specifics, but she gave us a bit of a rundown of what's going on with Lon Lon, about the whole thing with the politics, the whole thing with certain treasures and dungeons that belong to Marco's family, but Lon Lon really wants to claim them for themselves now, and that just kind of didn't fly. But after a couple other discussions, we decided to go with Ronan for a little bit because Ronan wasn't here the session previous, and he chilled out with that Dodongo, and they made Dodongo friends things, but not quite yet. He's not quite yet at prime Dodongo friend level.
Not
But
quite
then he
friend
remembered.
yet.
But then he remembered that at some point he has to go see Faraday because Obra was like, so Faraday tells me that we need to go to the Caesar domain and pick up her little crotch dumpling because you see, we need to go. She has a task for us. And Ronan was like, what's a crotch dumpling? So as they made themselves first back to Lon Lon, we again introduced Ronan to the sisters, and he was like, oh, the sisters are really nice. You actually only have 3. Wow. Hey guys, so I have a mission from Obra. We're gonna go check out a crotch dumpling. You guys want to come with us? And everybody was like, no, sure, that sounds like a good idea. And Marco was like, what the hell's a crotch dumpling? So
Hey.
as everybody made their way to the Caesar domain, we were like, okay, well, maybe King Rog knows what that's going on. But as they approached, they were attacked by a rogue spear, to which Gorthos was like, wow, this spear is shit. It's almost like a child made it. Oh. And then we saw this little munchkin, this little Zora munchkin. And she was like, I have to protect my grandpa. I don't know who you guys are. And Pola was like, look, a puppy.
That's a weird fucking cat.
look at this puppy. And Marco was like, wait, I have to. She is a virtuoso of traps and forging, and I need to help build her confidence, so I'm going to purposely fall into her trap. Oh, ow, you got me. Oh, fuck,
Ow,
my
it
knee.
hurt.
My
Ow, it
fucking
actually
knee.
hurt.
And
My
then it
kneecaps.
actually got him.
My fuck. And it was like, yeah, no, freaking Rudon, you did great. Yeah, I know. That there was a Marco. Why'd you do that?
I forgot I had the silver chain chest on.
I'm gonna miss Marco.
But as we got to know a little bit about baby Rudon, she told us about a voice telling her about something that's hers at the bottom of the lake, and because she's a child, you tell her she can have something, well, now she wants it, but she was told to be careful. And Ronan and Gorthos were like, who told you? And she was like, this big scary red man. And they were like, we're not gonna tell her that's her dad, right? No, we're not gonna fucking tell her that's her dad. Okay, how about we check it out? Just stay behind. And they all jumped off a cliff, and by the cliff I mean Zara's domain, into that lake, where they found a sword in a stone. And they were like, well, let's just cut around this stone because we can't pull it out, and let's just bring it up. And we were like, here, Rudon, when you're older, you'll be able to. You pulled it out anyway.
No, it fell off.
She pulled it out.
You're doing so good encouraging her, and then you just fucking shit on it. Freaking.
I'm dead. Fuck off.
And as freaking we like Rudon and like, held her cool sword, and she was like, "Yay, I have sword." Ronan and Gorthos, it occurred to them that, oh yeah, Gora was also big, red, and scary. The end.
Right, the other one. But yeah, that was pretty decent. That was pretty good. It's pretty good. Let me go ahead and give you today we will give you one of these. You're gonna have one of these over here. I'm going to just go by.
Oh hell yeah!
There you go.
Well, hell yeah! No, I don't.
Oh,
One of those today. Good job.
One of those. Wow.
Good job. But yes, with that being said, since this is the 100th game and all as well, I want to give everybody something else. So you may have a fair bit of these already, Squeaky, but I'm going to be giving everybody one of these.
Oh hell yeah!
What?
One of these.
A destiny.
One
Oh,
of
fuck.
these.
Oh shit!
One of these.
Hell yeah!
Now I know we're all gonna fucking die.
I mean, from those probably.
Yes.
Just primarily because of those, yes. But no. Other than that, other than what was said, there was also the talk about the mayor of Lon Lon currently apparently just being really xenophobic, as well as wearing the armor of a Hyrulean knight, despite most likely not being one. Most likely he's not a knight captain, but you know, he sure looks like one right now.
It sure looks like one right now.
So
Fucking asshole.
So we'll see how that stolen valor goes. That being said, on the last time you guys ended things off with your little Zora friend Rudon, as this is going on, as the sword is shown to fall off of everything, and as you guys have already mentioned to them that you would like them to come with you, not only for just the idea of them apparently going on their adventure that all little priestesses must go on, but also in the fact of they could potentially help out with the xenophobia thing because they so cute. Because that's all you need. All you need is something
Fight
to
xenophobia with cuteness.
Exactly. It's all you fucking need, man. Just throw something.
You know
cute
what? Now, all we need now is like a little Goron and have them play together, and it'll be great.
You're right. Let's get on that. Lindo, I need baby Goron.
We need your finest child.
I need your finest child. As you guys would make your way back up into the area where Marco is, Marco, you would see approaching the cave, you would see the others, plus what appears to be baby Rudon with a sword. As each and every one of you would get yourselves outside of the old king's cave once more, I'd like to know, is there anything you guys would like to do more while you are here, or anyone else you guys would like to stop and see before anything goes down? At the moment, most likely heading off toward Faraday is somewhat in order, unless you just want to kidnap them, which you totally could, I guess. It's up to you.
That's not happening.
Is it
Imagine
kidnapping?
we just walk away.
If it's kidnapping, if you're the Godfather.
Still,
Yes, it is.
Faraday has custody.
So I would like to know, what would you guys like to do?
We should probably go and try to do this impossible sell of taking Rudon to the desert.
I figured that we'd probably get that tomorrow, but if you want to go talk to her now, then sure.
I mean, we're not going to go to the desert now, but
I mean, yeah, we're going to go probably eventually, but it doesn't mean that the little princess cannot see other parts of Hyrule before her pilgrimage.
You have to go to the desert too?
Yes.
There are a lot of places that we have to go. We are, in fact, the champions of Hyrule at the moment. and we have been tasked with going to several places.
They look for a moment as if they don't believe Marco and look to you guys for confirmation.
He speaks the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, I told you he was a champion.
They look at Marco.
Orthos holds many titles. Champion of Hyrule is just the newest one. Well,
Would you believe me
newest
about a
trip.
statue?
You have a statue?
Yes.
Like the
It's
one up
quite
there?
immaculate.
Points up toward the statues on the top of the domain.
Sculpted by the
Similar
very
enough.
same hands.
Oh, you really must be a hero.
I am.
Is a hero the same thing as a champion?
In some respects, it can confer even greater glories.
Oh. Well, I guess that's fine. If you all have to go to the desert sometime, that makes me wanna go even more. So yeah.
Mhm.
They look over toward the Emerald Eye. Is he going to the desert too?
Well, he has to come with me.
Okay. It might have been a deal breaker if there wasn't a dog, I'm just saying. Even if they
Well-
wanted to go.
Wherever
I
we
mean, it was-
go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was making an out-of-character joke. Don't worry.
Okay. Wherever we go first, should definitely still talk to Faraday about it first.
The king's probably right over there then. What about grandfather?
I mean, he's sleeping right now, right?
You don't want to wake him from his nap, now do you?
I'm just, will he be all right?
Do you wish to leave him a letter?
Looks over toward where it is. I don't know if I can. I don't do words very good.
Do you want me to help you write a
Or
letter?
numbers.
Do you want me to help you write a letter?
Yeah.
Alrighty then, let's go find your mummy, and we'll see if we can find a paper and a paper and a pen, or some sort of quill.
Language is ever changing. It is difficult for Grothos to keep up with how some things are spelled nowadays.
You guys would make your way from here over toward the main area of the domain, going into where the stairs would make your way up toward King Faraday. As you do, each of you would find yourself being readily available to make your way up there. Nobody would stop you. They would see you. They'd be like, "Yep, they sure are people who are more important than me. Go ahead." As you all make your way up toward where Faraday is sitting on a throne much too big for them, but they're sitting on it nonetheless. As they sit upon it, their legs crossed, they do look out to each of you. As they see Rudon is with you, you guys notice that immediately Rudon makes their way going forward in front of each of you, at which point they go down onto their knee in front of their king.
Maka will follow suit.
I suppose Ronan will do the same.
As she's watching each of you do this, you see Faraday is growing more and more with like a bit of anxiety on their face.
If there's anxiety, Grothos won't be. He just looks at that.
She just kind of just does a curtsy, just kind of like, yeah. Like it's still Faraday.
As they look each of you over with a slight bit of they look over toward Rudon as they're like, "You may all stand."
Ronan just got like a smirk on his face.
Mm-hmm.
How big is Rudon compared to Orion right now? Actually, now that I'm looking at them.
She is a little bit taller than
Okay.
Orion.
Okay.
not much taller than Orion, but she is a little bit taller than Orion.
Alrighty, he's just been. I'm gonna assume that he's just been staying next to her.
As
Protect baby.
protect baby must
Brr, brr.
bark.
Yep.
There you go. Perfect. As Faraday looks at each of you, then looks down toward her. I see you've met the old king's new protector.
Mm-hmm.
That we
They seem to be quite skilled in their job already.
They have much to learn, but they are eager to learn. That being said, she looks over toward Ronan. I take it this means you are willing to do my request?
Yeah, we had thought that we would take her to one of these temples that you had, like you'd wanted.
That's some good wording.
He's gonna maybe we should talk to you in private for a minute.
In private.
Yeah, I think that might be best.
There are some things that may need some greater discussion beforehand.
As each of you know, my predecessor was very forthright with their people. That being said, I do think that is somewhat to his fault in some ways. They look over toward where Radon is. Perhaps it would be best if I ask him if that's the case. Radon, would you make your way back to your grandfather's? Yeah, I can get him. As they make their way out and start going down the stairs. As they
do they still
so,
have the sword on their back?
They do.
Okay.
Which is what I was going to say. As they do so, there is a cling clanging from the sword hitting the little bits of silver and things that Radon is carrying on them. As they see this, they then look to each of you. They seem to wait with their hand up slightly until the pitter-patter of the stairs are gone. Before they then look at you guys. All right, so what? Again, seeming to only be saying what she said for Rudon's sake and not for actually, no, I'm definitely want to talk behind her back. What's going on?
So, we talked with Rudon, and it turns out there's been some things happening with her. She has been visited by Gora.
Indeed.
That should not be possible. The entire time she has been here, she has been completely under watch.
I think this might have been back when she was still in the pools.
Laura's lingering will did commune with us. He did claim that he kept watch and guidance over those that were still so young. From that statue at the bottom of the lake.
I suppose that makes sense with what you all had said before, with gaining that vision you did, and with the king, the old king, they correct themselves, with the old king's newfound vigor. You think that this king of the past has spoken with my daughter?
He has.
And bequeathed her a weapon, it would seem.
That blade.
Yeah. It seems to be basically another diamond spear.
Though not made by the hands of Orthos. A near perfect variation of it.
A near perfect variant.
It was lodged in stone, enchanted. No matter what was done, Gorthos could not remove it from its place.
And you have no
Well-
idea how it got there?
He does not know how it got there.
Hmm.
But he does know that Rudan did pull it out of the cell. A gift. And a burden, it may seem.
We'll definitely need to get like a little scabbard for her so she doesn't just walking around with it.
The only time that the diamond spear was ever out of any of the priestess's hands was during the time that it was with Adam. The only person at that point who would have a lot of understanding of it would be those of us who were traveling with Gidan. I don't know if that is the case, but if there is a replica of the spear, and if there is anyone who would be wishing to make such a thing, I can only think of Gidan. Though I don't know why he would bring it here, or when he would have done that.
The dead only as talkative as Gorthos is. Sadly, we do not have that advantage.
At the
Oh.
very least, it seems whatever the blade is, Gora approved of it.
It does not seem to have any malign spirits residing within, unlike the diamond spear, as it used to.
So whatever it is, whenever it was placed there, the spirit of the old king, it had looked it over and arranged some sort of test for them to retrieve it, and they seem to have passed.
Yeah, seems that way.
Hmm.
And he also told her that once she drew it, she should make her way to the desert.
I will remind you guys, because it was a week, you don't know if Gora was the one that said that part.
Well, okay.
Because Gora could not have really appeared in front of anyone, at least in the flesh, as anything. That either was the spirit of Gora potentially showing up in flesh, or it was Gidan.
Someone, either Gora or someone else, told her she should go to the desert after she drew it.
The desert is a difficult place for Azora.
This is a
Yeah.
difficult place for all peoples right now.
Though I will say that it is not the first time we priestesses have made our way over there. The Gerudo are usually very welcoming to the priestesses of the Zora. That being said, it is still very difficult to hear.
Yeah. I'm a little worried too, but she seems determined.
If this was not you all bringing me this information, I would worry more than I am. I am still very worried, I will admit, but the fact that you tell me that this gifted sword that potentially was gifted to her by Gidan was at least checked out by the spirit of an ancient king, and all of you seem to trust in that king's wisdom, makes me more confused than worried. Why then gift it to her?
That's for reasons that even Gidan cannot recall at this point. As before the madness. Who's to say?
I find it hard to believe that if we were to ask him, we'd get anything out of him.
Not as he currently is.
I can only remember one time Gidan ever visited the pools. back when he was still king. It was when we brought her to them. She stops and she looks over toward where the cave leading to King Rog would be. Back then, he was still acting odd, but he was a lot less aggressive than the one we know now. He still seemed to be somewhat repenting for what he did to the statue up on the top of the mountain. At least that's what it seemed back then. It was shortly after that that he made Adam start to follow him around. It was shortly after that visit that we counted the diamond spear among our ranks. And it was shortly after that, whenever I saw he was doing that, that I stayed behind. She looks up toward Ronan. More than anything, we don't know what any of this means. We don't know what this sword means. We don't know what, oh my god, the stupid dog. We don't know what the visit must have meant. But more than anything, can I trust that you can do the duty that you've done for King Rog? That you would watch this new king?
Absolutely. Defend her with everything I have.
I find that hard to believe that's an actual question you've asked. Would the answer not be obvious?
It's something I still wanted to hear. If you are to make your way to the Gerudo, then perhaps we should send a gift along.
Oh, yeah?
I'll have something prepared. If you let me know whenever you are going to go, I'm sure that you would be able to make your way here relatively quick with how all of you move.
Porthos's our ability to move across Hyrule is extremely convenient. He's considering setting up way stations.
I will ask the queen of our sister tribe if they can aid us, and we can send something over from both of us.
Okay.
I am liking the change that's happening around here. I am liking the ability to put our tribes together for different cases like this. I think that it is interesting.
It has been too many ages since this happened last.
So I trust all of you would know that this sort of a gift would be rather important to make sure it gets there.
Understood.
Of course.
We'll have something ready for the next time when you show up. And are you planning on going now? Where are you planning on taking the young king?
No, we have some business up north that we need to take care of first. After that, desert. Go ahead, Marco.
Though at the moment we are currently handling things in Lon Lon to prepare a gift that has to go up to the north.
Oh, that should be fine then, yes. If you wish to bring her to Lon Lon, I don't see any problem with that. That is the place with the chateau, right?
Yes.
The milk and the
horses.
Horses, yes, horses. The horse area with carrots.
I haven't seen any of it yet either.
You can go.
Sheen, I see. She would have loved to have gone with us, it appears.
No, she's just like, ooh, the chateau was great when I was there. I mean, nothing, go away.
I'll be sure to bring you back some.
Perhaps it'd be nice to try.
It has been one of the few things that have been remaining consistently popular across the millennia Gorthos has existed, so it must be something worthwhile.
You guys hear the pitter-patter of feet as there is the return of Radon. As they return, they call up, Grandfather said that he will not make his way here because you are sending me on a goose chase. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it.
Did you happen to catch any of these geese?
I don't know what a goose is, but...
You will learn in time.
They nod. Radon. Yes. Goes on a knee again. You may stand. Gets up. I hear that you will make your way across Hyrule soon. I am very pleased to hear this, and as long as you stay within the guidance of the champions here, then I do not see any reason to halt you any further. Looks back at all of you guys. This is my journey, right? Do I have to stay with them all the time?
At least one of us.
Yeah.
You are mighty, but you are not yet ready to swing that sword around effectively. Yet. One day you will.
As
But
long
until
as,
then...
as long as you are in no danger, then you may briefly leave them, but only if they say that it is fine. For now. At least until you have slain an enemy of merit. She nods. Then, if there's anything you need to get, go ahead, and you shall make your way whenever it is you all feel it is wise.
All right, then. I guess we'll,
Thank you very much, Your Majesty.
Yes. Thank you. We will defend them like they are our own.
They look to you. Thank you, Gorthos. And all of you.
Just
Big old
nods.
You may go.
Zorka smile.
They just kind of like turn a bit, looking off away, as if there's something else that needs their attention. Like, you may go. You can get out of here. Go on, get out. I'm playing.
Come, little one. You will see a great part of the world soon. And perhaps on the way, your Bronco Gorthos may teach you how to swing that sword properly.
They step away. As they do, they stop. They look back toward their king. They then make their way back over toward them. As they look up at them from their throne, they grab onto their hand. As they do, they will lean down and give their hand a kiss. Faraday looks down. Have a great journey, little knight. Radon gives a smile and then makes her way back over.
We'll make our way, I suppose.
All of you would step out from where you are. As you do, you would make your way out and over toward the center of the area. They would stand looking around at the at places. You guys would note over at the pools where over at the bathing pools there are a couple of Zora there, both from the river domain and from the sea domain. Who are over in that direction. You guys would note that a couple of them, even looking over, are seemingly from the harem bandits.
It's good to see relations have already begun to improve.
It seems that currently, despite the fact that a lot of the Sea Zora are missing or gone from this area, that there are plenty of people here to defend the sea domain.
Good.
Hell yeah.
You guys show Radon over toward the exit, over toward the large archway that you guys have made around here. As you do, you guys look over at them, and for the time being, they will have to be allowed in by one of you. That does not seem to be a problem, however, as they are hanging on top of the Emerald Eye currently. They're holding on to Orion.
We shall show her a most wonderful magic that we have at our disposal.
At which...
Oh yeah, you ready for something cool?
They watch you guys step over, and you all find yourselves... I'm guessing you would be most likely just going straight back to Lon Lon, or would you guys be taking any stops anywhere?
We're going to Death Mountain. Let's go on.
Yeah, Lama.
Obviously, we need to show her the King Magnus Hive.
You're right.
This is the
Let
problem
me
with
get
having a
the
portal
castle.
system.
Let
I'm
me
kidding,
get the
I'm
castle.
I'm kidding. Don't. We're going straight back to my sisters, please.
I love the please there.
Oh God, anything but
Not the castle, please.
Not the castle, anything but the castle.
You sound
Love
like
the
that.
castle.
You sound like the short guy from fucking 8 Crazy Men. It's a technical fact.
That's a technical foul.
Oh, what a movie. I need to actually watch that. I've only seen like that
don't.
bit.
You don't need to watch it.
I don't need to watch it? Okay.
It's
I mean, you can if you're whining.
it's an
and
interesting movie. You don't need to watch it.
Mhm.
Adam Sandler should do more animated bits. He's a way better voice act.
As you
Anyway.
guys step in, through the area here, you guys notice Radon immediately is looking about at the area around that seems to change just with a single step as they come out and hearing the ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling from the door as the door comes open. Each of you stepping out, despite the fact having not opened a door. The door just opens anyway, because that's how that works, magic.
Mhm.
As she looks back behind, noting that there is no domain behind them. You guys would know that because this area is much less moist in the air as anything else. There's much less water in the air, much less humidity in the air. That immediately there is a bit of a shock going on their face as they look around. Things are a little bit drier about here. They seem to sort of, upon standing around, kind of touch their arms for a second, just like, it's weird. Somebody who's been in a pool their whole life and then in an area that is rich with water in the air is like, what the fuck? God.
Does it look like it's just like it's surprising, or like it's
Like
actively
surprising.
uncomfortable?
It's like surprising.
Mhm.
Okay.
You would know yourself that it is not something that is amazingly easy to get used to immediately, not being wet all the time.
Their bodies are just made to be wet all the time. What can we say?
As they look around, where are we now?
We are currently in the city of Lon Lon, just south of Hyrule Castle.
Oh,
It is quite a ways from the domain.
I didn't realize it was so close.
It's not actually. Like I told you, the special magics that we have at our disposal lets us travel great distances to places that we've been previously.
Yeah, Ronan, to kind of highlight what they're talking about, will open the door and like show the outside to her.
They see the plains of Lon, the infinite farmland works outside as the hills and valleys show themselves. She looks out and about as she's just like, I've not seen so far before.
Mm.
Yeah,
And
so
once we
there's
get
a
on the
lot out
road-
here to see.
You'll see many more things as are on the road. Unfortunately, our magic doesn't work to places we haven't been before.
Yeah.
The world,
Anyway,
the world is a wondrous and vast place, Rudon.
I'm just gonna check something very quickly because I noticed something in chat. Yeah. So, just a little bit ago, there was a donation. For some reason, it didn't show on Streamlabs, but there was a donation. It seemed to be looking at it. It says 56, but I'm guessing that means it was a $60 donation, most likely because the PayPal cut. But thank you very much. Much appreciated, Julian. Thank you.
Thank
You gave us $60. I'm guessing that is either a prestige for someone or a fate card to somebody. Just let me know what it ended up being, and we will make sure to hand that out to whomever it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they're trying to prestige somebody.
Oh, potentially.
oh
We shall
hell
see, we
yeah.
shall see.
They were asking in the chat how to prestige.
Oh, the little
Character.
Zora.
Yay!
Yeah.
We're gonna get
alright.
the teeny. Look at that teeny Radon. That teeny Radon plus one.
Hell yeah!
+1.
Teeny
Oh
Radon
God,
plus
she's-
one.
She's infinitely more powerful now.
No, it's one more powerful, but yeah, I'm playing. Because
She'll
of
go.
the prestige, we are also just because we have moved things over to how we do things in 5 DARPs as well. We are going to be giving you guys some goddess tokens for that as well.
Heck yeah.
Copy.
Hell yeah!
I'll move them over here where the things are. Blah, 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 blah. There we go.
Oh heck yeah!
Get some goddess tokens. There we go. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Mwah.
I don't know why it didn't show up on Streamlabs. It's so weird.
Well,
That being said,
so there are.
I feel more powerful.
You should.
You should. Welcome to my lovely abode.
You should.
Oh, my family's
looks at the camera. Anyway, there are quite a few people that we'd like you to meet while we're here.
Mhm,
And some people who Gorthos believes would very much like to meet you.
mhm, mhm.
What's up?
I'm a little confused.
About what?
What should I I've never introduced myself to someone who isn't a Zora before, but I also was told not to let people know too much about me.
Ah, you see. This
What-
is very simple.
What should I do and say?
One of those things you should say. Greetings. You are Verdun. It is a pleasure to meet you.
You guys do know as well that because of what they're wearing, they would most likely not be able to pass for a regular Zora child. They are definitely someone who is at the very least someone going on their priestess pilgrimage. That being said, you guys also know that as long as they're with you, things shouldn't be too far out. And Gidon already knows who they are, so it isn't that big of a deal. But
Just
they just want,
introduce
they're mostly just wondering how to introduce themselves to someone, or if you guys are going to be doing it.
Yeah, just say, hi, I'm Rudan. I'm on my priestess pilgrimage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Simple enough.
Hmm.
You guys want to go into the other room?
Yeah.
Forgive them if they might get excited to see you.
Immediately throw her in the pot with the rest.
Immediately, sword drawn, magically, 2 magic hands of light and fire.
It's too late.
Our machinations lay undetected. We are here to kill the Zora princess.
We're not actually Ronan, or not Ronan. We are not actually Marco's sisters. We're more
Ronin sisters.
We're Ronan sisters.
Gasp!
They all transform into Zora. Anyway,
I don't even know how that works.
They do the Yiga transformation into Zora.
we're Yiga. Marco's sisters weren't actually Hyruleans. They were Yiga. But no. As you guys make your way into the next area, you guys would find that people have moved about since everything has gone down. People have moved into separate rooms. Not a lot of everything has been kept normal about here. You would find that both Koro and Nimbus are moving the large pots of liquid / kinda liquid, the mix. Moving the large cauldrons of mix into the center of the room. There are 3 large cauldrons that are now sitting in a triangle formation in here. Each of which having a slightly different tone to it, very slightly, but a slightly different tone nonetheless. As you guys would approach, you would find that Nimbus looks over, gives like a bit of a wave, but Koro immediately goes.
Oh god, he went so fast he tripped.
As Koro puts down his cauldron and steps over. Hello, hello. How are all of you? I have to make a good impression. I messed it up.
What are you? Oh, be careful.
He dives into the other room.
Gortha just turns to
We hear
Rudon.
crashing sounds as he dives.
As you look to Rudon steps in the front. They look over toward the door. Hello, I'm a priestess on my journey.
It was easy. And yes, he is always like that.
Like what?
Excitable.
Yes.
Oh. You guys would make your way in. At this point, Nimbus would step his way over as well, looking from each of you down to Rudon. Nimbus looking down, kind of arms crossed. She would step forward. Hello. I am Rudon. I am on my priestess journey. Nice to meet you. I'm Nimbus. I am also on a journey. Nice to meet you. She puts a hand out to him. He leans over. Little hand takes hand.
Teeny handshake. Grabs his finger.
Breaks his finger.
Breaks his finger with her immense strength. You put on a
Bam, 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 bam.
Like Hulk smash.
like a Looney Tunes.
Just bam bams him.
Oh, goodness.
What's all of this? Oh, we are preparing to bring these mixed ingredients into town for a cake. We have to do so in the morning. Step, 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 step. As they step over to it, you guys would note that the gems on the back of the sword that say they seem to hold give off a slight glow whenever they're near the cauldrons.
Ooh.
What? In my experience, Nika, why would they do that?
You would note, this most likely would not happen with the diamond spear. Ronan, you know for a fact this doesn't happen with the diamond spear, with the fact that, you were hiding a witch leaving Adam at one point in the backstory of your character. The diamond spear does not ever glow whenever things are near it.
That's
However,
weird.
This one, the gems seem to slightly glow. As far as you would know, Gorthos, it must be something someone put into. It must be something someone put into the weapon, but you're not sure exactly what it means.
This is me.
They seem to try to look into the cauldron. Nimbus just goes over and boop, lets them look in. They then get down. So what is a cake?
It is a type of food.
Oh,
A dessert.
so it is a gruel?
No, more like a special sweet bread.
That didn't look like bread.
Not yet.
Yeah.
And we have been tasked to, once it has been created, to take it up north.
We'll be meeting a myriad of very powerful magi.
That you'll be taking this person to with the mage destroying sword.
If they have a problem with it, they can lick my
talk-
boots.
If they have a problem with it, they can talk to Gorthos about it.
Eat my fucking.
I mean, I
nuts,
guess I'll
dude.
just eat this cake all by myself then.
I will destroy all of the witches.
Great, a tiny zealot. Deja vu.
This will make Salem look like a piece of cake.
Does it make Salem look like whatever a cake is? No, anyway. As you guys look it over, you guys would find that stepping out from the other side, you would find both Morgan, not Morgan, Madeline and Argo. Argo would be stepping out, looking as if he is rather ragged, holding onto a large spoon. You notice that his green outfit is somewhat smudged with whatever this mix seems to be of. As he just sort of stumbles over and just sits down.
You okay there, bud?
Bleh.
Okay, I gotcha.
You shouldn't bully our short friend.
I wasn't bullying him. Koro just needed help mixing.
I see.
And we didn't have anything big enough for Koro to really use, so we just had Argo hold it, and then he held Argo. It's not our fault that Mr. Nimbus wouldn't let us use his sword.
Thank you, Nimbus.
I would never allow it.
Good. He has right to trust you.
They step out. They look over toward Tiny Radon. As they look them over, they look back to you guys. Look back at them. Oh, you're the tiny Zorath that was supposed to be brought here. As she goes over. Hello, I'm Radon. I'm on a priestess's journey. Hello, I'm Madeline, and I am on a chef's journey. Oh. Is that like a priestess's journey?
No.
Shoots you a look like you couldn't do. Come on. Come on, Bola.
No, bully her. She deserves it.
No.
Have you talked to them about what you're wanting to do? Looks back over toward all of you. In town? What we had talked about?
Just kind of turns his head, tilts his head a little bit like, oh, he had forgotten about that.
Ah. I'm sure she doesn't need to know. Picks her up.
What?
Into the pot, new ingredient of the
Oh no!
As they
It
have
needs
been
more protein.
as they have been picked up, Radon's just sort of like hanging there.
I like to imagine she's being hanging there like the cat,
Yes.
but one of her hands she still has the sword.
Currently, the sword is still secured on their back. But as they sort of just hang there limply, as if a cat being picked up, she just looks back over to each of you. I mean, if you're going to tell her, you should probably tell her soon. She's going to be pretty important if that's the case. If she decides to help.
You're right. Miss Rudon, we would like your assistance here. Things aren't
I would like your assistance too.
Yes. In particular here, right now things aren't so great between the Gorn and the Zora in this area.
I would like your assistance first.
Here,
What would you like my assistance
I'll
for?
take her.
you take them out of Madeline's hands.
And then I put them down.
But that's not how you talk to short people.
As you place them down, they look back to Marco. Now what?
Right now, things here aren't the best. And we would like your assistance in showing the good side of the Zora.
The good side?
Right now, things are tense here. People are essentially arguing with each other. And with just a little bit of your help, we're hoping that we can set things right.
So Ronan can only show the bad side?
No, I think it's just that you'd be so much better than me at showing the good side.
Mm-hmm.
Job for a princess and diplomacy.
Priestess. I know you got princess on the mind. He says to Popo.
As they look over, they seem to look over toward Polo. What's a princess?
I just said priestess wrong. Sorry.
Oh, okay. If you remember, most people in the Zora domain are calling people kings and little kings and old kings.
Yeah.
I like kings.
I just, had a seizure and said priestess wrong.
Will, thank you for the raid, Madu. Much appreciated. I was at 100. Anyway.
Also, Yome bot, how could you betray us?
Oh, Yomebot, no. Play.
Get back here.
How dare you? As they look over. So, what exactly do I have to do?
It's a little difficult to put into words. Mostly just be on your best behavior and show them that Zora aren't all scary.
It's going to
If
be
anybody
difficult to get them inside the city without much of any people trying to stop both them and Ronan. That being said, if you let them know that they're the king of there, then I don't think that they would even dare stop her from going in. But that being said, it probably would be best to have looks over toward all of you, most of you present with them, if they were to make their way in there. I don't think that coward of a mayor would do much of anything. That being said, you never want to take any chances.
We sure don't.
People that are afraid often want to do irrational things. If such events were to occur, he would be reminded of who he's dealing with.
But yes, all you would have to basically say, little one, is that you're they look over. Is it king? Is it princess? People would probably understand princess a lot more.
The next in line for the throne.
Future
of the
king.
Zora. Yes, future.
I thought we were keeping our secret.
Well, I mean, if you want to keep it secret, you can, but I doubt they'd be able to get into the city without some kind of help.
Some kind of political pull or something. That's... I don't like that.
I feel that the problem right now is that, well, as soon as they see you coming, Ronan, especially, they're going to be a little bit on edge about everything. Again, I'm really sorry about how the mayor's doing things right now. That's why we're trying to get this changed.
That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but I'll deal with it.
I say we could either keep the secret or use her to the advantage. We can't do both.
All right, then.
It's up to you, though.
I mean, you said before, Dika, like it's not like there's any major harm in letting people know, right?
Not really. When it came to them at the Zora, the main thing with them is that they weren't letting anyone know while they were at the Zora because they didn't want anyone to know that Gidon had an heir. That's why a big thing was going on there, and that's why Faraday was also keeping that under wraps. Now that Faraday is the queen / king, it kind of means cat's out of the bag as far as all that's concerned. You do also note that when it comes to Radon, because Radon doesn't understand a lot of these things, they're still kind of treating Faraday like they're different. That's why they keep saying king for Faraday instead of mom. They don't know how they're supposed to act right now. They don't know what they're supposed to do because no one's really told them.
Okay.
So the secret can be kept if you want, but it's also much easier to go on without it being.
You know, I think we should just be open about it. I don't think... It seems like there's no real harm in it at this point.
All right, then.
If there would be any harm to it, then luckily we have some of the strongest people in Hyrule around her.
Where?
Well, you for
Narrows eyes
starters,
at you.
It's true. You are counted among those. It's true.
So that thing we said about introducing yourself as a priestess on her journey, forget about that.
I mean, you don't have to forget. Isn't it both?
I mean, you're on a journey. You could say you're on a journey. You're just not a priestess.
But what should I say then?
Just say, hi, I'm Radon. I'm the future king of the Zora, and I'm on a journey.
Okay. We could doll it up a little if we wanted to. I know that the idea of a princess doesn't exist there, but most people here would understand that a lot better. But that's up to you.
Countless monarchies, and yet so many differences. Things never change. One way or another, they will infer that.
Yeah. I think we're good.
Then, okay. So, and then what do I do after I tell them who I am?
You mean nothing. You don't really got to do anything after that. You just,
Carry on.
Yeah, carry on your day.
Okay. Mostly you just have to be walking around and showing that you're not gonna do anything and you're super cute.
But just be, yeah.
You need only be yourself.
Okay. I'll do what I normally do.
Do not throw spear. Do not accost people with wooden spears.
That's the one thing we shouldn't be doing here.
We keep it rather simple. You are to be on your best behavior, and if you do anything wrong, we'll let you know so that we can all correct it.
Okay. I will not accost people with spears, because I don't have any.
Or the sword.
Or the sword.
Porthos believes all bases have been covered.
Because while you are on a pilgrimage, you are also right now an emissary for your people.
Oh.
A great responsibility.
Oh.
But it is why you have us here to aid you.
Oh, okay.
Remember, Rudon, you need not carry every burden by yourself.
Oh, that's good. Because I don't know what a burden is, but if it's really big, then Ronan has to carry it.
This is true.
That's fine. I can do that.
They will nod.
Or Korra, who is skulking like a sneak in the dark.
I am not. I am just, Hello, I am Koro.
What are you doing then, Brother Korra?
I was wanting to come back in after making the scene that I did completely on purpose. But when I was in there, I touched Magic Frog and I was trying to convince him to clean me up, but he would not do it immediately. And then I finally had to say please, and he said yes. Well, he didn't say yes, but he did croak. And then I was all clean, and then I tried to come back in, but you were all talking about very important things, and I did not want to interrupt. Hello!
This is Uncle Korra.
I have a lot of uncles.
Yes, you do.
A lot of people will call themselves your uncle. They're being very friendly with that.
As you guys would see finally stepping out from the study room off to the side, you find that Misty would make her way out. As she does, she seems to be holding on to a rather large box, looking out toward each of you. She does seem to have her eyes stop mostly onto Rudon as she is carrying everything over and then sits it off to the side. Oh, is this our little makes look into book they have with them? Is this our little king?
Sure is.
Wonderful. I guess that means everything went over really well in the domain then.
Yeah, more or less.
Hello, I'm Rudon. I'm not a priestess on a journey, but I kind of am. Hello.
He has the spirit.
I'm not supposed to accost you with spears.
Oh dear,
Or my sword.
Marco, not.
It really is looking like a very small Gora.
She's
Well,
doing
oh
her
dear.
best.
Well, I'm glad you're not going to accost me with spears or swords. Pat pat. Would you like to find somewhere to rest? Yes. Can I, Looks around. I don't see any clams.
Oh dear.
Oh, I have some sad news for you, Rudon.
We really should have seen this coming. How did we actually not see this coming?
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm so used to it at this point.
I wasn't going to approach the problem until it presented itself.
Yes.
We may not have any clams, but we have plenty of beds. Marco, you can show people to the rooms out back, right?
Of course.
Unless any of you want to make your way in here. We have plenty of rooms that we use for other things, not really sleeping, but...
What time is it right now? Like late?
It is rather late. It is not the end. It is not like dark out, but while you're in the Zora's domain, it was very dark because, you know, being beside mountains. It is around the end of the day. It is around like sun is just going down kind of thing. There's like a red hue over everything.
Okay.
Perhaps it is about that time.
I'll let you stay in one of our rooms. There are more comfy beds here. Oh. Do they get the best feed? Yeah! They start making their way over.
Oh yeah, because clams are actually alive.
Don't forget to introduce yourself, Radon.
Hello, I am Rudon.
I can show you out to the places out back, but Madeline,
I am mostly going to sleep inside of one of the carriages. I want to make sure that I am up at the crack of dawn.
don't worry, you will be.
What the hell does that mean?
The roosters.
Is that the threat?
The roosters will always go off at
You mean the cuckoos?
the cuckoos. My bad. I thought we had both. Because I thought we.
Cuckoos are roosters.
Hold on. Hold on.
But the way that you
Wait.
said it.
I forgot hold on. You keep going. Do your thing.
The cuckoos will go off every morning at the same time. It's very loud, and it really echoes around the farmlands out here. You'd be surprised.
Sometimes in the depths of Death Mountain, you could hear them. He looks out the window like
Honestly,
he feels
wait.
like there's a 1,000-yard stare.
Was that what that noise was? I thought it was some kind of monster.
It was.
They can be if you mistreat them. Believe me, they can be. Marcus has trauma on his face.
Or just puts an understanding hand on your He had made a mistake once.
After that, we instated the cuckoo hero.
Oh dear.
Never again. Never again, Gorthus. Never again. But
Bad memory.
anyway, Madeline, once everything's settled down before everyone goes to bed, I need to talk to you and the other two about something important.
They look back over to you. I guess I can spend a little bit of time talking to you, I suppose. I'm kidding. All right, come on.
Yeah, it seems rather serious at this
Oh my
point. and
fucking god.
I forgot we had these, but we have these. Squeaky made them. It's great.
Oh my god, we have cuckoos.
I made them like before I joined.
I can't believe we haven't seen. Welcome to session 100, where we finally see the cuckoos.
Not only do we have the cuckoos. Hold on. I'm gonna keep going. You guys keep talking. You guys are fine.
Yeah.
Just keep going.
Would Orthos need to wait for those records, or would this take precedence? He's fine waiting.
My
I mean,
sister
you can-
probably has those on them. I think that's what they might have brought in with that box.
Mm-hmm. The conversation I'm gonna have shouldn't stop you from being able to look at that stuff.
It feels like it's an important matter between you and your family. He does not want to impose it.
I mean, I'm gonna kind of need y'all's confirmation on something. It's
Wait, so is it between you and your sisters, or do you want us to also be there?
y'all can be there if y'all want to, or y'all can go to sleep. It really doesn't matter. It's
I can try to assist. If it is a matter of issues between siblings, as
it's not that. It's Marco will go over and just whisper over the polo. Here, I'll send you a message.
We have this as well. We have Bebe Chimkin.
Chimkib.
And
He's so cute.
and
Demon Chimkin.
It's the forbidden nugget.
and if you piss off the Chimkins.
Oh no, they're so angry.
Oh yeah, Kim Kim Storm.
There you go. I have messaged you, Squeaky, what Marco has just whispered to Polo.
There's 2 Misties and 2 Ludons.
Yeah, well,
Hooray!
I'm making
They're
Chimkins at the moment.
Oh, Its face is all fucked up.
I'll fix it. I can fix it.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
I can fix it.
I can fix it. I swear.
We're fine. Perfect.
I mean, you give a valid point, Marco, but
Right? So could right?
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
I understand.
Morgan!
That noise is definitely not going to get old.
It's definitely not going to get old at all. Just like the cuckoos.
Get out of here, cuckoos. Get out there. Go outside.
Let the cuckoos in the house.
Who fucking let the cuckoos in? Kicks.
You live here. You should fucking know better.
Listen, from
She is
as
dead
far as
now.
of all the sisters, Morgan seems like the one that would piss them off first.
No. They're the one that takes care of them, just like the Octoroks.
I think she likes more monstrous animals than actual animals.
Exactly. That's why they take care of cuckoos. Anyway, keep going.
Did Ronan say anything?
No.
Okay.
So then, do you require assistance, or do you?
If y'all want to be there for it, then that's fine. It shouldn't be that, hopefully, that big of a deal.
I can stay.
Well, now I have to.
Well, I suppose you should as well.
So I guess we'll just ignore all of that until you're ready to talk about it.
Yes, you will. I'll hold it over your heads until we're ready to talk about it when Misty gets back in.
Shrugs. Morgan and Madeline go off.
Arthur's feels like family discourse is going to occur.
It's gonna be weird.
Oh, is it?
When is it ever normal?
I mean, I guess it's never normal for this family, but
To walk the path of a hero, you must give up the notion that your life will ever have normalcy again.
damn.
It comes with the territory. You get used to it.
Pop my head in here, see what others are doing.
Oh, hello, Magic Frog.
Magic Frog! No.
Buddy!
As Ronan will make his way out there, is there anything else anybody else wants to go off and do? I know Marco apparently wants to have a talk that I have no idea what's going to be going down for. What about Gorthos and Polo? What do you guys want to do for the rest of the night? As Gorthos is going, or not Gorthos, as Ronan is going into the other room to speak with other people.
Well, he's gonna go talk to his sisters right now, right? Or
Apparently,
is he waiting for?
I don't know. I don't even know what the talk's about, so I can't tell you.
No, that's fair.
I'm just sitting here. I'm just waiting.
As soon as Marco's like, it's gonna be weird, I'm like, oh, all right. I'm gonna head out.
You'll understand when I start talking about it.
Again, it's like she said she's willing to assist, but then it's also like, you guys can be here if you want, and it's like, so which one is it? You're not giving me a clear answer.
All right, I'm gonna make things a lot easier.
What,
Go for
don't
it.
just say the word.
Emerald, what the fuck are you doing?
Marco's going to talk about where the fuck they're getting the money from, and
Okay.
how concerned he is about the fact that that could also,
There we go. All I needed to know was where the money's
I was
from.
going to say it myself, yes.
Like, I know because he sent it to me, but it was that thing of like, okay, well then do you need help with that or not? And he's like, I don't know.
I don't know if I do or not, okay? I'm sorry. I should have just been more open about it in the meta. I apologize.
It's okay.
Then I will say, this is potentially something that does have to do with the champions here. If you'd like to have, the others around.
Yeah, Polo will stay with him because he told her his concern, so she doesn't feel good bailing if he needs help.
Again, this could be something that concerns Ronan and Gorthos, mostly Ronan at this point, because Gorthos doesn't really have doesn't really money.
Money doesn't everything.
When was the last time Ronan muddied?
But yeah, if you wanted to have mentioned that before Ronan left, you can.
Yeah, in case that changes what Ronan does.
Does that change what Ronan does?
Uh,
Because apparently, because you guys know, again, just to reiterate what you guys know about this situation, you guys were told from King Magnus that you were going to be getting your boons from King Magnus.
yeah.
Those boons were monetary in some ways. Those boons were also the basically the wishes that you guys have been asking him for, the different things you guys have asked him for. Never did he say anything about giving you money. Just flat out, there's no salary for being a Hogwarts for being a Hyrule champion. As you guys do know, recently you gave up some of your boons to get money, but that was for the cake.
That was so we could
and
get
that
the cake.
That was recent. That was not build Marco a statue recent.
that was a my own one went into it. My own favor went into it.
So that's what is being separate now. Apparently, money is being given to Marco's family. That is being said it's because he's a champion, but you guys would be pretty decently assured of that it is not from the king.
Okay, I guess Ronan, sure, he'll stay.
He's a curiosity. I mean, Orthos can't leave things well enough alone.
Okay. We will say then, after a bit of time will pass, so that Misty can return, the others will have somewhat separated to get things ready. You guys would see that both Koro and Nimbus would be packing the large cauldrons and the toppers to them off into the carriages to take out into everything the next day. At the crack of dawn, as each of you would wait for Misty to return, Misty would come back eventually, just kind of shaking her head, just like, I did not think I'd have to explain what a bet was. Followed shortly by Morgan and Madeline, who would be around enough to where they're just like, is it time to talk about secrets? You're all here.
Talk about the secret thing, yeah. We're all here to talk about this because it's very important.
As Misty would make their way over toward the large box they brought in before, I have everything here that I believe you might find somewhat interesting, Gorthos. Though, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to go over it with you.
Of course.
But it seems like there's something else going on right now.
Yes.
So I love you three very much, and you know this. But there's a certain issue that I've come upon about this whole thing. Where are you getting the money from? Because it sure isn't coming from the castle.
They stop. They look at each other. They look back to you. No, it's definitely coming from the castle.
It can't.
We've, as champions, we don't get a specific salary or anything.
Well, that's
we've
not
been
fair.
given boons, and we've used 2 of our boons in order to get this cake made. And it's very expensive, so you can imagine we're not really getting a salary. And we don't know where you're getting this money from, and it's very concerning.
Well, you just see Misty kind of like look over to you. If you're saying it's not from the castle, but it's coming from the road coming from Castletown. At least it was when it was still coming.
So it stopped coming at some point?
We had assumed that it was because you're coming. We had no idea what was actually holding it up as Morgan steps forward. But literally today you show up and, well, they shrug. It kind of answered a lot of questions for us. We're like, oh, well, he probably just is coming, so there's no need of sending things anymore. We just thought you were sending money.
I've sent money the one time. It wasn't much. I definitely have not received enough to have been able to afford both a wall and a statue in my likeness.
Hold on. As Misty makes their way over toward the study, Madeline looks over to you with a bit of worry on their face, but Morgan just kind of with shrugging, as she's just like, I mean, must be someone you helped out then?
I have no idea who I could have helped that is rich enough to afford sending money this way.
I don't know of anyone who's rich enough to send money to somebody who they don't know.
Well, let's make this more simple. Who gave you the money?
That's what I'm doing. Give me a second. As Misty is going through things, Madeline just looks back over again with a bit of a worried look on her face. Whatever it was, it's because of this money we were able to fix up the farm as well as we had and even get any sort of bearing over the town, though I guess nobody told us what to spend anything on. We came up with that on our own. I just don't see how this could be much of anything. They look over toward where Misty is. Misty eventually comes out holding on to what appears to be a message that they had gotten. As you look at it, the one thing that you guys would notice, I want all four of you to roll me for your instincts. Or no, this would be diligence. I want all four of you to roll me for your diligence, and I would like for Gorthos to roll me with advantage.
Ooh, hell yeah! I will roll.
I got a fleeting earlier, so I'm rolling twice.
Hell yeah! Marco also has a fleeting.
Oh, I got a fleeting. Hell yeah!
I got an 11.
My highest was a 15.
First roll
My
is a
highest
17.
15 with diligence is a dirty 20.
17 plus 4, that's 21 altogether.
Okay, and what did you get all together, Gorthos?
15 total was my highest.
So, when it comes to Ronan and Gorthos, you guys look over at it. You don't catch it immediately. However, there is something that both Polo and Marco catch with their special eyes. You guys see on the back of the note that they seem to open up and try to go into what appears to be the seal of the Temple of Time.
They have a seal?
Mm-hmm. It appears to be the seal that is a what appears to be a large circular symbol with the symbol of the Temple of Time on it. What Gorthos would know if he got the role to be a medallion, but you know, but you guys would see it as a symbol that has always been just attached to the temple itself.
No, it can't. No.
Polo would recognize this from the room that they had gone into before at the top of the Temple of Time.
This is the seal of the Temple of Time.
Oh yes, this was there was representatives from the temple who made their way here from it. That is why.
Did you catch their names? What they looked like?
Well, they were wearing these purple robes, the normal attire for, I believe, wandering sages and the like.
I see. That is the seal of the sage. Or at least it is a hypothesis. I saw that very same seal in the room of the Sage of Life up in the temple. In his, extracurricular area of the room.
In his study.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I was a little confused there for a second. Do I know this is a medallion, or do I not know this is a medallion?
Since it's being the first roll was to see if you caught it.
Okay.
It is to see if like the quick movement of the taking from the scroll and yada 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 would have been enough for you to catch, but both you and Ronan didn't catch. Now that it's been pointed out, both you and Ronan would see what appears to be a circular a seal almost with a symbol that was on the that is on a lot of documents and a lot of things in the Temple of Time, including some of the pews and things of that nature.
Yes. Gorthos recognizes the symbol as well.
Well, I mean, it would make sense. They are somewhat attached with the castle, are they not?
Not to the extent of distributing money. That would still have to come from the royal coffers, which would have to be approved by the king, and thus would carry his seal, not the Sage of Life.
Well,
has the Temple of Time historically ever done this before, Rico?
Nope. Usually,
it's like church. It's like church giving you money.
Usually, any sort of donations that they would get would go to the poor and downtrodden. At least what it should go to. When it comes from anything else, most everything else that is a part of the temple is paid through the castle, through the things themselves. They wouldn't normally have a ton of money to give out to people. One thing you guys will all think on, since whenever they had said that the robes and whatnot of the people that had done things, I would like each of you to roll me for your experience.
I'm gonna go ahead and just take two of these funny guidance tokens.
Should have done the same fucking thing.
That's an 11 with a 2 in experience. That is a 13.
Oh. What is it? What roll is it again?
Experience.
Oh.
Experience.
Okay, then.
Okay.
I got a natural 20 on my first roll.
Hey, good job. Roll me one more time. Ronan, roll me one more time.
Oh, okay.
Go.
Hey, remember.
Wow.
15.
Okay. And Marco would be the only one who get this again, I'm guessing?
I'm guessing because I rolled a natural 20 on the first roll.
Marco, you remember people in purple robes. You remember them very, very, very vividly as some of the people who were cleaning up from the Slaverman incident and taking and seizing all of Slaverman's assets.
Son of a bitch, Slaverman's money.
Ugh.
They were cleaning up after that. The whole business they were taking is shit.
They also had a lot of monster parts and things there, which again could also explain why your sisters are all of a sudden using monster parts and shit.
So this fucker has not just fucked with me at the Death Mountain, but is messing with my sisters.
Could you care to explain?
He gave them stuff. How does that? I don't get that. Why would he do that?
You have been handed blood money.
Literally.
Not only that, if that could come out that you've received essentially stolen things, it could ruin things here.
Blood money and harvested parts.
Illegally harvested parts.
So
you see both Misty and Madeline look to each other. However, Morgan just looks over. No, should be fine. If you're talking about these guys, if anything happens, we'll just push it onto them. One of them's in town.
What?
Yeah, there's one of those purple robe guys in town. He's always hanging out around the mayor. If anything, that implicates them more than us.
I don't like that.
He's hanging around the mayor.
Yeah.
If
anything, it implicates him more than us.
Coming from Gotham.
Do you think he'll still be here tomorrow? Do you think
he's been here for 2 months now? So probably.
Okay.
He spends a lot of time around the bars, going for as much of the more expensive stuff as he can find. Every now and then he makes his way over here to talk to us, and he's one of the ones that really sort of just lets us know whenever anything's coming over, but he hasn't came over in a while, ever since
Misty started campaigning. We just thought
I
that's
think-
because he got all buddy-buddy with the mayor and stopped caring.
I think we should pay both him and the mayor a visit tomorrow.
I think this also requires some explanations on some of the things that we've had to deal with in the past couple months. So Margaret will explain to them both the Slaverman situation and who the Sage of Life is and what he has done.
Misty will have listened to most of that. She just seems to nod, going through, as they seem very much. Once they hear that you were being almost tricked into disappearing, they get really upset over things. Madeline, having listened to the whole Slaverman situation, would be appalled when they hear that people were being held against their will, and especially whenever Polo and you bring up the lines that would go against people's necks and things of that nature, they would get really upset over that. Morgan, upon hearing all of that, simply says, "We don't have to give it back, right?" But
Morgan, the realist of the group.
because we already spent most of it. But
Growth, I suppose you don't have to pay that back, considering.
this is most likely something that whenever you all return, I suppose you do have to let them know what's going on. And if there is anything that we can do, we can make sure to give back whatever we need. I mean, if they ask, though.
If they ask, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to bring that up if they don't bring it up themselves.
Fair enough, he supposes.
We've already used most everything that they've given us. Madeline just sort of like looks over toward where one of the empty cauldrons are over here. A lot of it we already had. We had already went through whenever we were doing our practicing for everything. We've been getting rather good at making different salves and potions from this stuff. Misty gives a nod. When it comes to the ones involved in all of this, we can figure out what's going on once we actually figure out their goal. They gave us the money for a reason. Maybe they just needed a way to, I guess, get the money here. But I don't see why they would need Lon Lon to have so much money invested in it. No, there is one thing, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have Misty roll for a second to see exactly how much of this she might have seen.
Unless they decided,
Please,
throwing a
bring
fool's
over.
gold in there somewhere.
I like that she made a statement and is now.
There are
making
things. There are things she just knows. I want to know how much she knows.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
She will say something no matter what.
It's just really like the idea of her saying, "No, there is something," and just like hoping to come up with something before she finishes.
I mean, there's an 18 there. I don't have to go over it if you don't want me to. That was an 18 for them to remember.
Say the thing,
Shut the fuck
please.
up and tell us everything at the same
Shut
time.
the fuck up and tell us everything. Well, a little bit after the time that those people in robes came here, they did start making a deal out of preaching a lot to people. For quite a while, there was a large influx in volunteers that started making their way off toward the Temple of Time.
I don't like that.
The fact that only one of them is here now is basically because everybody who had felt like they wanted to go have already left. When it comes to the one that was here, there was one thing I found odd about him. The one who was doing most of the talking to everyone. I couldn't get a lot of his features, but well, oh, it's that guy. I don't know if that really matters. He's just kind of a weirdo, right?
Go ahead and say it.
Well, he wasn't wearing any pants,
What's weird about that?
He's not going to understand.
You think after all these months. But maybe it's Gorthop's fault for not building his armor with pants.
I mean, those are technically metal pants.
Stall.
He wasn't wearing any pants whenever I saw him move about. Whenever a more ornery looking horse came by and sped past him at one point, his robe got stuck and hitched up, and I don't believe anyone but me saw, but he was just wearing his skivvies.
Weird.
Okay.
I found it very odd that someone would prance around in such a way. He didn't really seem that embarrassed by it or anything. In fact, he seemed rather strangely okay with me having seen it.
Gross.
Polo remembers the weird thing she saw in his house. No.
You don't say.
Uh-huh.
Gorthos is beginning to question what's become of the Temple of Time standards.
So Gothos, remember when I found something in the Temple of Time and I couldn't make it appear again?
Looks at you, it's for a second, just goes,
I kept telling you it's that. It just wouldn't come back, and it was like a secret.
yes, the he sees. You thought the Sage of Life was just
The secret little
eccentric.
secret alcove for.
The one thing you guys can also think is that if there is a person who is in charge of the Temple of Time, and someone who is connected with the Slaverman stuff, as well as someone who apparently, somebody out there had apparently brought back a certain person from death.
Does that mean that he's here, or it's another different person entirely than the Sage of Life specifically? Like, this is just a priest?
They said that the one that was doing most of the preaching was this person who apparently was not wearing any pants under their robes, and potentially they're also someone who is still here. Which would, if you put two and two together from what Polo says, potentially mean that the Sage of Life is in Lon Lon.
Stirs.
Then who the fuck is in the dungeon? Then wait. Then did he come here with like anything, like a enclosed like thing or anything of that sort? Like an enclosed cart or?
Well, yes, he has his cart with him.
What kind of a cart is it?
One of the same from the royalty out there, the ones that have the coverings, and it seems rather impressive and expensive.
Have you seen a woman with red hair?
He kept trying to show it off to me a lot whenever he had first showed up here.
He kept trying to show it off to you?
Yes, but he stopped a lot. He stopped being around me quite a bit after Hadar showed up.
Did he seem like they knew each other at all?
No, I don't believe so. They never spoke to each other, but it seemed that once Hadar showed up, that was around the time that all of the preachings had stopped.
Brother Hadar has been looking for the Sage of Life to get even with him.
How long has Hadar been gone?
Brother Hadar
Around a week
apparently
or
left.
so.
And has the person, has he been more different since then?
I haven't really been around him at all. the only thing I can say is that around that time, the mayor started getting a little bit more aggressive with me, throwing my papers into the well and such. These guys thought they were just gonna come into Lon Lon and I'd just let them leave.
I thought we were gonna deal with this fucker over in the dungeon. That's still supposed. It's supposed to still have that same spot that can't be seen in there.
Gorpost wonders, when was the last time you'd seen the mayor outside of that armor?
He's been wearing it, at least publicly, ever since I started campaigning, and ever since the army from the south, the Zora had tried to come inside.
Including the helmet.
Yes.
He sees.
I don't know if I can probably accurately say this, but there's just so much tenseness and like anger radiating out of Marco at this very moment. You have absolutely no fucking idea. None of his sisters would have ever seen him this visibly upset before in their entire lives.
I really want to go into town right now.
Gorpost feels like this is a shit.
I want to talk to him. Pulls out the mace. I just want to talk to him.
If you wish to go to the mayor's, I could get myself ready and maybe make my way. They've given me plenty of invitations to go there before.
Really now?
Again, this was before Hadar had made his way, but there were plenty of times that sage himself would always have asked me to make my way over.
I mean, I'm down to do it tonight if you guys want.
Marco at half health.
Perhaps it might be better to rest first.
Yes.
Maybe once you scout things out a bit more, you can even know if this is something even worth going for. We wouldn't want to just march into the mayor's house and have everything be, well, not as dark as you seem.
This is true.
I was just planning to play a little song for him is all.
Again. Tomorrow.
So what did they describe this guy? They've basically just haven't seemed like they've stopped trying to describe him at all, like how we've tried talking about this man before.
What was that?
So like before, when it came to the Sage of Life, we basically got stopped a lot of the times because his magic stopped from describing him. And they have not had that kind of an issue so far.
Oh yeah, they haven't the biggest thing about him that they described is his purple robes and his lack of pants.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want
not a whole lot of meaningful stuff?
Do you want to ask him about any more details about them?
Do you remember anything else about him that you may have noticed besides the robes and the pants situation?
I'm gonna roam for one of the sisters in particular because of reasons.
Because of reason!
The other two would not know shit! Anyway. Well, there's not really much else to say about him beyond that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think anything comes out. Morgan just looks over at them. Are you guys stupid?
What do you know, Morgan, a great one who knows things?
Are you guys fucking stupid?
Explain.
Well, whenever they were telling us about him, we decided to scope him out a bit because obviously someone's hitting on our sister, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want to see what all's going down. We want to make sure everything's good. I mean, the guy may be a priest or something, but it still doesn't mean you can just skip lines, right?
Very true. Very true.
So, one thing that I had noticed a little bit about, and well, everything was going down. He was moving pretty weird, but that wasn't even me that figured anything out. Looks over to Madeline. they had told me at one point that whenever they finally got a look under his robe, he was really pale. I don't remember saying anything like that. Yeah, and then whenever Misty was around him at one point, they said there was some kind of a rotting smell about him. I don't remember anything like that.
I see.
Why would you not remember that?
Yeah, this is kind of big things you told me is kind of weird.
But you haven't been near him at all, Morgan?
No, I've been here. I've been
Good.
just going
Stay
back.
away from him.
I've just been going back and forth through the fields with the cuckoos and going over messing with the monster parts and checking out the Octoroks and stuff.
I think it might have something to do with the fact that for some reason there is no visible recording of the visage of the Sage of Life. So her being unable to recall certain details even though she had been in contact with him. But at the time, I hope I'm making some sort of sense. She remembered long enough to recount until she no longer could. It could be a part of the sage's magics to hide himself.
And I don't matter because I didn't see him?
Not being his presence effectively?
It wouldn't work on you. Because you didn't see him. Someone just told you.
Oh.
It's kind of a loophole.
Oh, neat.
It is an ancient kind of magic that Gorthos is curious to where they learned it. And how it's managed to survive for so long.
He was really pale and stinky, apparently.
Like a corpse.
Which makes
I
sense.
mean, I'm sure if he was some kind of a corpse, then people would say something. Not to mention, looks over toward where Misty is. They saw him in his underwear, so I'm pretty sure that if he was a corpse, that they would have noticed more than just his underwear, right?
Do you recall anything else besides that?
I really don't like to. But, no, nothing weird at all. He seemed kind of baby smooth, but other than that...
Baby smooth?
Wow, what a freak. I mean, it's not really that uncommon if people...
over here.
It's not really that uncommon if people want to take care of themselves. Yeah, but if you're going to walk around and flashing everyone, I think he's using it for weird motives. I mean, probably.
That's where...
While they're
What's up, Ronan?
while they're talking, he's just gonna pull out his violin and start playing Concerto of Peace.
Yeah, I wasn't
and target them with it.
You do know that usually when it comes to anything to do with the sage's magics, it is extremely difficult for you to do much of anything with. However,
but not impossible.
Recently, Ronan got another piece of the fucking Triforce. So Ronan, why don't you go ahead and roll me for that diligence?
How many fucking goddess points we got here?
So I technically have 2 that I wasn't able to use before because I rolled a nat 20.
You can put 1 back.
I can put 1 back?
I'll give you that. I'll give you 1 back.
There you go, 1 back.
What if I put 1 back?
No.
That's right.
And I will throw this over on the thing.
Usually they disappear, so I'm giving you the 1 back.
Thank you.
How do they disappear? She's right there.
Also, Roland got another fleeting. I love that. I love that we're going with Roland.
Rolling.
Keep rolling.
That's 20. But that's 21.
Come on.
Two more times.
I think I get one. Oh, okay.
And last one.
21 total.
21 total. Da-da-da-da.
If it's a diligence roll, which I assume it is.
Before I say anything about yes or no, does anyone else wish to do anything?
I would like to try to see if they've been cursed at all.
No, you can check that out later. Right now we're doing a roll.
Okay.
Does anyone want to do anything?
Does anyone want to buff this boy up with anything they possibly have?
Can I expend my fucking destiny token for 4 goddess tokens and use those?
What was that? Gorthos?
I would like Gorthos to use Life of Gorthos.
So you're gonna try to give them half or all of your experience chat to add to the roll?
I would like to add either was it rounded up or down? I forget.
Round it up.
So I would have like to give a 7 and or 4 to this person.
Okay. I would like you to go ahead and roll me a DC 15 experience check.
Come on, Gorthos.
I can technically do that. Twice.
And you do have a fleeting.
3 times.
Oh. Hell yeah.
Hey, you did it.
Wait, what if I
do you crit it, though?
Do I super crit? Do I give him 14 instead?
That's a really
That's
big
pretty
number.
Good. That's a pretty good number. So, you did not roll a 21. You, in fact, rolled a 28.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Which is good because you needed a 25.
Okay. I literally had a nat 20, I see.
It's something that you could do. It's not something that I expect you to be able to do. It's something you technically can do now.
You can do it, in fact.
Ronan.
I don't know, can you?
Yeah.
You start playing your song. As you do, Marco and Polo, you guys will see that as this song is played, as everybody is talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out more things, there is a glow on the back of each of your hands. Because not only is Ronan actually doing the best he possibly can with this, but thanks to the interference from another piece of the Triforce of Power, Ronan has become a much stronger minstrel. To the point where Ronan, as you are playing, and as the others are playing, Gorthos, watching Ronan and the others seemingly give off this shine, and watching Ronan as he's playing, these musical notes reverberating around the heart, the fairy heart that he's holding, giving a sense of several people playing at once. You look to him, and you don't see the same person you had seen all that time ago, back whenever you had first met with these people. You do not see a regular musician playing his instrument, doing what he's doing. Ronan, you feel deep inside that you have achieved something, and you have gone over a certain hurdle. As Ronan, you know that you are now an oracle.
What?
Hey, hell yeah.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool.
If you remember, whenever I first told you about these character classes, a minstrel is basically like a quasi-oracle. It is a person who is going about themselves, usually in the tutelage of an oracle. For you in particular, you had gained this through your connection with Pika.
Mm-hmm.
However, you feel now, especially, that the magic you are putting out and everything that you are doing right now, you do not have any influence over your own stuff you're doing seemingly coming from Pika. Maybe it's because you now are magical in your own right, thanks to becoming a witch. Or maybe it's because of just all of the potential you've gone with. Maybe it's because of the Triforce. You don't know. What you do know is you are no longer relying on Pika for any of your magic. It is all coming from you. As this happens, Ronan, this also comes with a bit of a boost for you.
Oh shit.
I'm so glad this is happening while I'm helping these people remember this weird fucking zombie nudist.
Ronan, you are going to be getting
a +1 to your AC,
Oh.
and
Hey yo.
a +2 to any stat below 5.
Huh.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So that's a lot of stats, actually.
That sure is.
No. This is you get 1 + 2 to any stat that you choose below 5. So if you wanted to say charm, I could make your charm go up to a 5.
Yeah.
So this isn't all your stats below 5 or +2.
No, for sure. I'm just like looking at them, deciding which one I want to choose. Oh man. That's a tough one. I don't know yet.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll talk more about it later. But you will have currently now a 20 AC.
Oh my gosh.
As you feel this power, you also feel that as you're playing this, something potentially might have happened with Pika as well, since you have now ascended to being an oracle. But we'll talk about that later. Obviously.
I'm no longer mooching off of her fucking magic juice.
Basically, yes.
Conan has ascended beyond that of a normal musician. He's now an oracle in its own right.
Well, the best part about us going into being an oracle is the same thing about going into being a sage. You are now as powerful as something that would consider themselves a sage, which means your music can now affect other oracles and sages.
Oh.
Which is why this is working.
Poggers.
As this goes on, as soon as you play that for everyone here, not only does everyone here begin to think about things and go, no, he was really pale. Yeah, he did smell really bad. But you see for a moment, as Misty looks over, wait, you said something about how he wasn't showing up in those, in whenever you had seen him over in the, in his temple, correct, Polo?
Yes, he had what seemed to be many portraits of him, but for some reason,
I snapped a photo of him with my pictograph as well.
his visage is obscured in all of them in the temple.
They make
Do
their
you have
way
a
over toward the
pictograph?
box that they had got out for Gorthos. As they do, they pull out what appear to be several things of photos and things they have. As they do. I think I just have it in here. I think I put it in here earlier. Did I?
Man, Session 100 really is special.
Yeah.
All right. So, this was something that you guys potentially weren't going to know immediately. However, Session 100, first off, but second off, you guys find, is this a token or is this, okay, this is a token. Good. It'll be good then. Da-da-da. You guys see inside of the picture. I will show you this one after another because there are several versions of this that you now get to see.
Hey, that's pretty good.
The first thing you guys see. Come here, you little. Appears to be a man standing, staff in hand, with a book atop of it, in these purple robes. And at first, just as normal, his face is obscured.
Oh, I guess.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Cool. Oh, that's wow.
I actually dig the book on the stick. That's kind of cool.
It's so
Book on
cool.
a
I love it.
stick.
I love it so much. That is
It's
so-
neat and weird,
That's
and I
a-
like it.
However,
That's a great design.
you guys
choice.
then see right afterwards.
Where are you guys on them?
I'm over here in the living room, beside of
Oh.
the tokens. Look at that man.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll wait till you see him.
Like a Carthus thing going on.
Look at him
What a
face.
goober.
What a goober.
Yeah.
However,
absolute
as you guys look at it, and as again Ronan is playing, you guys notice the magic lift itself from the pictograph. As you guys see this person for what they truly are.
A furry.
A stall.
Mm-hmm.
You guys see what appears to be a stall that has some kind of human skin about them. Looking back at all of you in the picture.
Oh.
As this happens, you notice that Misty drops the picture like, ah!
Northos picks it up.
A stall with skin.
Fairy
wonder he
mud.
didn't-
Remember the map.
Yeah, I remember.
I was hoping somebody would put that down.
So this is the puppet master.
A stall.
You see Misty hesitate for a moment before pulling out another picture. As they do, this is the only time I'll get to show this.
Don't
Oh
actually
my-
tell me.
No!
But you
don't
also
tell me.
see
No,
in the
she
new
didn't.
picture,
She didn't. No.
as she seems to look to it, get a disgusting look on her face, and then just drop it.
No fucking way.
What
Nico.
appears
No.
to be
It's better be Twitch.
Yep.
Oh my god. I hate it.
This is not Twitch safe.
It's like fucking Kamoshida. Like,
I don't know.
Northos, he just looks at that like he just shakes his head.
I have many questions.
Well, at least Gorthos has the decency not to parade around.
I had
like
forgotten about this until I was able to remember just now, but like I said, he has been going around potentially, as my sister so eloquently put it, flashing people.
That explains the bed alcove in his quarters.
so absurd.
How old has he been acting? Has he been acting like a weird senile old man, or has he just been?
I mean, since he has asked me if I would like to go and see him several times, I'm decently sure he's acting like what I believed him to be before, someone of maybe my age or maybe slightly older.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
This is aware of the phrase robbing the cradle, but this seems a bit absurd.
I already was planning on probably having to kill him because he, broke the Triforce of Courage, but no, he's just gonna die.
He also did kill Gorthos' child's reincarnation this time.
Look,
This is
And Hosier's brother.
look, Mavel and Chad is right. He's just trying to bone, guys.
He's about to learn what the real bone zone is.
This is probably a question nobody really wants an answer to, but is this technically considered necrophilia?
Yes.
I think we should burn it.
Gorthos would not think about the logistics of anything about fairy mud shells.
I would love to rather drag his name through the mud for the rest of time. After he's gone. So keeping these would be great. Because he sure wanted some of that mud!
Well, he's not finished yet.
It's a shame he won't be ever.
Deco, is there a fairy fountain near fucking Lon that Marco might be aware of?
A fairy fountain around here?
Like a legend, like maybe it's like been
The only thing you know of is the shrine to the horse god.
Horse god, I've never heard it.
Were there any other legends about this horse god that Marco might be aware of?
Oh, really? It's just a horse god.
It's a horse god. Cool. Cool. Thanks.
Bojack Horse God.
He has a heart near his crotch. Oh, that's just his underwear, guys.
Because he totally needs that.
I feel bad for whatever.
Would you rather he didn't have it?
I don't know what's under there. I don't know what he sculpted and how inaccurate it actually was to his existence before being a skull.
You take it off, it's just a pelvis bone. Like,
But he smells like he's rotting too. That's weird.
Well, he's not finished.
If you remember, the one that was in disguise at the manor also was, in all respects, normal.
I wonder how much my brother Hadar knew about it, since he used to consort with him. But
Perhaps not enough.
but I think I have seen enough for today.
Just stand up.
We'll put these over here in case people want to see them later.
Yeah, totally. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I won't.
right
You know what, Magic Frog, you can hide them. Thank you, Magic Frog, for your for your sacrifice.
Well, I have remembered a lot of things that I didn't like remembering. I think I'm going to go with little Rudon and go and lay down.
Yeah, I think it's that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think it is time to, as they say, duck out for the night.
Yeah.
So we're killing him tomorrow, right?
I'm
Ah.
not staying here. You're staying away. You three are staying as far away from this man as physically possible.
I have
In
to
fact,
make
I would be-
I have to make my way into the city tomorrow. There's
I know you
nothing
do,
for
and that's-
that.
God, I wish I could just send y'all off to Castletown and have y'all stay there until this
Easily
blows
doable.
over.
I mean, I can go to Castletown. I'm basically done with everything, and these two just have to get everything settled over in town. I could go and, I don't know, smooze up to the king or whatever for you. Let him know what happened.
I mean, if you want to, I don't know. I mostly just want y'all to be safe. That's all I care about. This fucker.
No, it's fine. I'll go get the Octoroks.
You're not fighting, Morgan.
We'll lead a revolution into the city at dawn.
Just hold them by their fucking floppy news and fucking fire them like fucking machine guns.
They just are walking out, just like I have seen way too much.
What was that, Polo?
There was just kind of just a kind of look of just
Yeah, I think retiring for the night would be for the best. I could ask your sister more about her experience with Brother Hadar another time.
Yeah. I have a bad feeling about him being gone at this point.
If
Hmm.
anything, I could probably... We are still going to be waiting for that cake. I could return to Castletown and see if I can look for him.
I have a strange feeling about this. That if they are supposed to have known each other, why he wouldn't have immediately attacked him, and where he went at this point.
It can be very simple, Marco. It could endanger everyone else here.
Mm. That's true.
My
Too much to think
brother...
about.
I want to believe that my brother knows better. And needless casualties are something he does not seem to be one to favor.
Mm.
He didn't seem like he was that bad whenever he was here. Though, To be honest, I will say, now that we have everything, I guess, a little bit more free in our heads, Misty probably has put 2 and 2 together as well, but one of the last things he did was go and visit the mayor.
Of course he did.
He's seeking to gain more control.
From what you've talked about with your brother, though, he's really strong, right?
Yes. We are the progeny of a great demon. But I am only half.
It occurred to me, Marco, that you guys probably don't need to go to the rooms back in the backyard, right? You guys can just go to your place.
That is
Go wherever we
true.
want.
So if you're gonna do that, can you take me with you so that I can get ready to maybe head out to the castle in the morning?
Sure.
You probably need to get back here and watch the other two more than me. You know they don't listen to either one of us.
They really don't.
Misty won't let anything get in the way of that election, and Morgan is literally going off to go and collect monsters in the night. So I can't do
can
much of
escort-
anything to help them, but I definitely can make my way and do other things that need to be done.
I can escort you if you would like.
Are you not wanting to be here in the morning for what they're doing?
If it is regarding the Sage of Life, I had thought to look for my brother.
That may just lead you
But-
to the same place. As long as all of you can give me something so that they know to let me in, then I'm sure that I can go there.
My fairy card will be perfect.
You guys also
Nah.
know that you have a person waiting for you at your house that could very easily take them right back to the castle, as you guys know that a certain boy is waiting for Marco at your guys' place.
Fine.
A certain Hosier.
Yes,
Ah.
Hosier.
A certain
Hosier
hoe.
could take you.
Oh, little Hosier!
Yeah.
He had such a crush on you.
Marco's just like, Oh no, they know. Just Marco goes up to Morgan, hands on shoulders. Whatever you do not bring up that you know about that,
Marco,
please.
you're the one wearing the hairpin right now.
I'm
Hats on shoulder.
I think he crashed.
Oh no.
Who crashed? Me?
Emerald.
Emerald!
You had to leave for dramatic effect.
Just pats you on
I'm-
the shoulder. You would probably do way more harm than I would.
You're right.
You may think that you're not a little shitlord like the rest of us. She just leans in and whispers, but we both know you are. As she starts walking over toward the door.
Just yeah. Yeah, just yeah. Damn it.
At this point, it looks like they walk through the door, but do not exit on the other side like Morgan did. They seem to have made their way towards your place in Castletown. Especially after hearing that Hosier could just take them. They're like, okay, cool, I'll go find him. Leaving all of you guys here. Currently, you guys are decently sure that if you go in the dead of the night, that you don't know what will actually happen, especially with the fact that if someone sees Ronan coming in, they could see that as very bad.
Oh, this fucking Zora just showed up and beat the shit out of our mayor and his guest.
Yeah, because that's what's going to happen.
Wow, why would he do this? Why would the Zora go to war against our mayor and the Sage of Life? They're such good people.
Do you guys want to make your way toward anywhere in particular for you guys to go and sleep?
I have
Someone
documents.
at least should definitely stay here.
You do have your documents, and there are things that need to happen with you. So we'll get to you in a sec.
You said drone. I'm sorry.
I think Marco will sleep in his bed tonight, as in the bed in his home.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Ronan, do you want to make your way to your clam, potentially picking up Ober on the way?
As long as he knows someone is going to be here with Radon, sure, wherever.
Okay.
Fine.
Polo,
I think
do you
Misty
want to...
took Rudon. I think Misty took Rudon.
Yeah, Misty's currently with Rudon. However, there's also the idea that that Zelda is here, Gorthos is here.
Yeah, as long as people are in the same vicinity as Radon.
Outside currently, you guys have a super fucking ninja with an extremely buff boy just like sitting on the carriage sleeping.
We have the all-powerful, all-knowing Magic Frog.
Well, Magic Frog, he's right here. He's doing his best.
Yeah, he's right there. He's great. He's incredible.
Oh, Magic Frog, what were you hiding? Anyway, Polo, where would you like to rest for the night?
I'm still just kind of confused by what Madeline said when she offered to escort her because she was gonna go look for her brother anyway. But...
Well, no, she said that she right now they can't get to the castle.
Yeah.
The castle is shut down for the day.
Yeah.
All of these guys want to go into Lon Lon first thing in the morning. So if you were to take them to the castle first thing in the morning, you would miss going and doing anything in Lon Lon in the morning, which, from what you just heard, potentially could involve your brother.
Okay, so her brother's not even at the castle, as far as she knows. Then,
which brother are you talking about?
She was talking about Hadar.
He is most likely not in Castletown, from what you know.
Okay. That was
the last thing you heard is that Vega had smelled him around the area, but as soon as Vega always gets close, he disappears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it was also because she was also told, Hadar was here and then he left. So then it was like, okay, well, last I heard about where he was with the bishop. And the bishop's in Castletown, so then it's like, okay, she thought he went back to Castletown after he left Lon Lon.
Maybe. You also know that again, there technically are two Hadars, but but when it comes to anything going on there, the bishop is currently in the Temple of Time. Last time you talked to him, he didn't know where Hadar was.
Okay.
Because you guys remember seeing him whenever both Jason and Matilda went into the dungeon under the Temple of Time.
Okay. She'll stay here then. She'll stay in Lon Lon.
Okay. You are shown to a room. As you are shown to a room, and Gorthos is shown to a room. As Marco goes off toward a room that would most likely be very like shortly behind where the land is, one of the other buildings just beyond where everything is. We are going to start off going into Marco.
Yeah.
As you would step your way behind the main house, you would go and look around to find a place to go. Just having given this information, especially knowing that this person who you thought was off to the north of Hyrule is apparently here, either for reals or maybe it's a different person fucking being around here in a purple robe, who knows?
And maybe it's one of his puppets that he has, because they can look like whoever the fuck they want.
It's very difficult to figure out exactly what's going on. However, as you go and lay down in the smaller house that is on the land, You go to your place. You lay down. You try to rack your brain about that fairy fountain you had talked about earlier. Again, the only thing that seems to come to your mind is the horse god's place. You do know, from what Galen has told all of you, that it is usually very hard to find fairy fountains. It is usually extremely hard, especially when they're active. Problem with it is, not a lot of them are very active anymore.
Yeah.
When it comes to the horse god's place in general, I would like you to roll me for this and for any other potential rumors you may have heard. I had to sneeze. Roll me for your experience, please.
All right, I will just, for fun, I will grab another one of these, and I shall roll. That's a 4. Second off, come on, be a better roll. This time of an 11 plus, so it's a 15 altogether. Or did you say experience?
Wait. Experience.
Okay, 14.
The one thing you would know, again, thinking about all the places around where Lomlin is, trying to see if there's anywhere that this person may find some kind of an interest in. As you're laying back, as you're trying to think through things, when it comes to the Horse God Shrine, with all of the different carrots and things like that that seem to grow around it with everything going on there, the one thing you do know about it is that nobody really seems to care about it. A lot of people, when it comes to the Horse God Shrine, they're like, oh, cool, this is where the Horse God is, haha. But you know that there's not a lot of people that usually stick around it, not a lot of people that usually do much about it. They just kind of get the carrots and leave. The one thing you learned about the area off in the Lost Woods is that a lot of the times when it comes to certain places, especially when it comes to being protected by fairies and fae and the like, they usually push people away from it. Meaning, if there is a fairy fountain, it is most likely at least somewhat connected to the Horse God Shrine. There's nothing else around that you can think of that would be actively pushing people away.
So in that particular case, it could just be that the idea of a horse god is not that interesting to people, and it doesn't need to push things away that deeply.
No, the fact that people don't stick around something when it's called a horse god usually would probably be like, oh, how come more people aren't interested in this? Oh, because people are being manipulated away from it potentially.
Gotcha. Understood.
So the opposite of that.
Opposite of that. It's got it. I'm dumb. Okay.
No.
100 sessions and I'm dumb.
No, it's fine. But again, it could not be that. It could just be people aren't interested in. Who knows? But if there is a fairy fountain, that is the only thing around that would possibly be even remotely similar to that.
Gotcha.
That being said, is there anything else you'd like to do for the rest of your night?
I mean, I guess I'll shoot my shot and try to pull the ghost out of myself at this point, because nobody else will.
One thing you do remember, and I'm surprised that we didn't really go much into it whenever it happened, but earlier today, whenever you had been hit by bombs, you somehow revived yourself.
I did somehow revive myself.
You somehow got back 1 health when everything was going on. As you try to feel for that ghostly presence in you, it's hard to feel for them. They're not as prevalent as they were usually.
But it's not
gone. It's not gone.
It's not gone.
But
then with that and
potentially it has been weakened.
Well, I don't know who or what you are, but thank you. He'll just say out loud to, I guess, himself at this point, because it's like he can't really communicate with a spirit like this to get a proper response.
Thank you, ghost.
Thank you. I'm still trying to figure out who I can get you out of me. I promise you I will. I'm sorry it's taken so long.
roll me for your. Making sure I'm correct. Yes, roll me for your charm, please.
My charm! Ah, charm!
Your lucky charms.
They're after me lucky charms. Aw.
Roll me one more time.
Hey.
Thank you, 354385.
15 altogether.
As you say this, as you mention this out loud, you don't feel the presence get any stronger, but it does seem to give off more of a presence, as if it is responding potentially. But again, nothing really comes from it. It does show that it had somehow potentially heard what you had said, though.
Cool. And I guess with that, he will go to bed.
Okay. Before we move on for the night, Ronan.
Yeah.
Upon you leaving for the night, upon you going and grabbing Obra, as the two of you are leaving, and you go to, I'm guessing, catch Obra up with everything that has happened?
Basically, yeah.
Oh. You find that as you do so, you are able to overpower that magic finally then.
Yeah. Looks like it. I don't know if I've ever tried before, but...
When it comes to certain types of magic out there, there's a lot of pull and a lot of hindrance when it comes to it. The fact that sages are as, well, powerful as they are is to combat the idea of a witch and others like us. We don't have the luxury to pick what we do or go about how we want to go about themselves. Sages, when they are showing themselves as strong as they do, they end up naming themselves, and more than anything, they are just some of the 7 most highly practiced, holy magic users in the land, though some of them have their own specializations, like we saw the one from the wilds, I believe is what he was. I still have no idea exactly what he was even doing, to be fair, though. Didn't seem like any sort of nature ability or anything.
Oh, it's mostly like zombies and stuff.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, I don't get it.
But even then, we have to look over toward that Sage of Light that apparently had completely messed with that god that Polo has as well. Somehow he was able to give himself enough light that he was even able to fool a god. And then there was the sage we had, I guess, talked about here, the one that was able to hide themselves as much as they do. And of course, the one that called themselves Demise, calling themselves the Sage of what, Dark Magics or something? I don't even want to think about that.
Something like that. I forgot about that.
There are 7, I believe, usually at any given time. The 4 that we've seen so far are, well, let's just say they're not at the top of my list of people I would have made sages.
Yeah, definitely not.
Let's hope the other 3 are better than that.
Yeah, for real. Like, I'd love to meet one that's not a jerk.
That being said, this is momentous for you. You really are crazy, you know?
Am I?
The fact that you have the potential to get even grander than what those kind of magics can show. You said you're not even drawing on Pika's power anymore, right?
Yeah, I felt like that. Which is good. I'm glad we can both wash our hands of that whole thing.
And it's mostly thanks to you that Pika and Aga are able to even get rid of whatever that influence was. I don't think I can take too much credit, but I do think that your magical studies definitely had something to do with it, don't you think?
Oh, for sure. Like 100%.
I'm glad.
Hmm.
I will say before, I was really worried whenever all of you were talking about going after that sage, and especially whenever all these other powerful people out there were calling themselves sages. I was worried that I wouldn't have enough power to aid you, especially since I didn't go into any kind of destructive magics like Galen did, and with Galen not being able to go around anybody anymore thanks to those goddesses, I was worried that there wasn't enough power to aid all of you. I felt really useless, actually.
Hearing that, he'll pull her into a hug. You could never be useless.
Ronan, I know that I've been... If it would have been the fact that I chose not to learn destructive magics just because I didn't like them that caused any of you pain, I would never have forgiven myself. Maybe you should have had a better river witch.
I have the best river witch.
Trying to get better music. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. You have helped us every step of the way on this. And we wouldn't be where we are without you. I certainly wouldn't.
Those words are nice, but I still don't know if I would. You're not going to go out after any sages without me, right?
Of course not.
Good, because I refuse to hear that something took you down. I refuse to be away from you if something like that were to happen. I don't think that I would have the strength to go on like that, knowing that I could have helped you.
Well, you don't need to worry about that. We'll be together through all of this. We'll look out for each other.
Look at you, wearing that modified dragon armor and everything all of a sudden, Mr. Oracle, having all the words.
I don't know if it has anything to do with either of those things.
Shut up, they're nice. Puts hand on dragon armor. It looks a lot better on you now, at least.
Yeah. I'm glad Gorthos could do what he did.
Well, all right. I won't think on any of this anymore. I'll
Good.
try not to, at least.
No more putting yourself down.
I don't think I was doing that, but
You were calling yourself useless. Of course you were.
yeah, but I mean, if words are true.
They're not true
Oh,
at all.
I don't know about that. I mean,
I know about that, and I'm telling you that it's not true.
I guess you'll just have to keep convincing me of how great I am then.
That will be no problem for me. He'll go in for a kiss.
she will lean up as much as she can.
he will go down, yeah.
As you go in for the kiss, and as you two kiss over the area just in front of your room, you guys eventually make your way inside, having calmed down Obra from everything, especially noting that she has finally told you of some of the worries that she's been having since this month-long hiatus all of you have been taking. As you guys go to rest up, Polo,
Barbara.
you're shown to one of the rooms. They tell you it's Madeline's room.
Yeah.
As you make your way in and as you lay down, you see that Orion does go to lay down with you. They're on a farm. You're pretty sure they're fine with dogs being on the bed. Who cares? You didn't ask. They didn't tell you. As you lay there, very interesting. All of these thoughts and information that's been shown to you. Sorry, did you hear that?
Good evening, Master Zola.
Oh, I suppose I'm finally able to speak with you a little bit more freely.
Yes, I was not expecting it in this sort of way, but, what sort do you mean by what you've just said?
Oh, sorry, I've been musing quietly to myself ever since, we've joined together. You talk about many interesting things with your lover, and with all of your friends around here, you speak quite, frequently with them as well. I had a lot to keep on my mind, especially noting that there is some kind of war happening. Before all of this, as a being from up high, there was very limited things I could do and see without people coming and letting me know, or without it being a part of my domain.
Yes, there is quite a bit going on everywhere in Hyrule, apparently.
I suppose I've been able to gain quite a bit of energy for being around you. You have... I don't wish to embarrass you to say this, but you have quite a lot of love in your heart.
I mean, it is a good thing, is it not?
It's a wonderful thing. It is a terrible thing sometimes, but it is a wonderful thing. Sorry.
I can see how... No, I could see how some would see it as a hindrance. After all, Brother Hadar did.
I don't know if I see it as a hindrance. It's hard to think on anymore. I still cry sometimes. I still wonder, I still weep, It's hard, but I do find that I am better off with these emotions than without.
They say that you cannot have happiness if there is not sadness. Or there cannot be light with the absence of darkness, or vice versa.
That is...
One cannot exist. One cannot exist in missing duality with the other.
Those are very wise words that I have heard before. I believe I've even spoke them before, but never before have I listened to them, I think. They were very easy to say whenever anyone would ever come to me, but to actually hear them, to actually understand them is a different story. Sorry, I've pulled this entirely onto me. I'm very happy to be speaking with you again. I know that we have been able to say very brief things to each other, but I do feel that thanks to your friends, your lover, yourself, I have gained a lot more power since being here.
in the end, that is why you are with me, so that you can recuperate until you are ready.
I chose a wonderful host. Well, I suppose my host chose me. You don't regret anything yet?
I don't think there's been enough time to regret anything.
I suppose not. I just worry sometimes that I may make you uncomfortable.
I mean, we are quite in the middle of a lot of things. There's not really much to truly focus on.
Of course, of course.
Besides, sometimes it is good to have a second opinion that can't really go that far. Sometimes it's a bit embarrassing inquiring with the rest of my compatriots about things that I'm not quite sure they could help me with.
Oh, well, I am always here if you need anything from me. I'm not sure exactly how much influence I have over your world anymore, but if there's anything that I can try or do, I could do my absolute best. Is there anything weighing heavy on you?
Well, with everything going on, it seems like everybody's has it handled more or less. But I find myself still thinking and worrying about my brothers.
Vega and Hadar, correct?
They used to hold both such deep love for one another. And through their conflicts, or at least Brother Hadar's antics, the rift that seemed to have always been between them is now more obvious than ever. And I wish I could help them, but I can't even seem to really bring one of them down enough to be able to find the other. They're constantly moving.
You have done much for your brothers. I've been around as much as you have, at least. Whenever you had spoken with your brother Vega before, I felt this person is new. I did not feel them much before this. You, through your own endeavors, have shown this person to the light. You have shown them love, and has shown them me. Or at least shown them to me, I suppose, more. I like it. But they are... I can say this with the utmost certainty. They are much better off with you. What you've done for them already, you have given them love. And that is the greatest gift, I believe, that you could have given them.
Well,
I have not met Hadar yet. But from what Marco? Yes, Marco.
Marco, yes.
From what Marco's sister has said, apparently he has warmed up to someone?
Maybe. I'm not quite sure. He seemed... When I learned of his vice, it all made sense why he always seemed so cold. All the things he had said, or why he even made a wager with me and tried to make me hate him. He was, because of his vice, quite adverse, struck in fear of love.
And yet here he is, apparently taking care of another, one that he had found in a place he most likely would not have expected to find anything.
I never expected him to come to London. Sure enough.
I've heard it has great, milk?
Milk, yes. Not just regular milk, but apparently some sort of, concoction of milk and alcohol.
Oh, we should try that.
Oh, I wish to.
There's many things in the way first, but later we shall.
There just does not seem to be an appropriate time.
I'm sorry that, when it comes to this, I most likely unless they are extremely similar, I would not be able to find your brother, Hadar. But if you would ask of me, I could attempt to locate Vega for you.
Last I checked, Vega was in Castletown.
Yes.
Unless he's on the move again.
Well, I do not know. Let me check. One moment.
You feel some kind of a stress happening to you. Like as if you are squinting your eyes and like moving your nose kind of thing. It's a strange, like, abnormally moving feeling. Like your muscles have done some kind of thing they're not immediately used to. Not hurting, but it is kind of like, as this feeling
like
sort of, kind of, yes. As this feeling sort of goes around you, you hear,
oh, interesting. I am not able to find Vega, but I do feel something.
You do?
Yes, something nearby. It feels similar to Vega. Perhaps you said that they are brothers.
Yes, they are twins, in fact.
Twins? Oh, that is much different. That is... I see. Yes, that explains... I believe I feel a familiar presence then.
Oh?
It is not far, though maybe it is far for you. Within a mile or so. Maybe a little bit more?
A mile? But it is probably in the city.
I sensed the same feeling I had gotten from Vega. Well, a similar one at least.
I thought he had left long. Unless he had concocted some sort of glamour and stayed here.
Perhaps. Though, allow me to see if I can... Actually, you could help me.
Oh, sir.
It is difficult to do things on my own, but if you wouldn't mind, allowing me to use some of your spirit. It's not your... I'm not, consuming anything. That is not what I meant. I'm more meaning, if you could channel me in some way, I could potentially find out more.
Yes, of course.
I can't say it in character, but if you would like to roll me for your spirit.
Yeah. She's like, as soon as she's like channel it, she's like, just like okay, I'm just going to sit up on the bed now. Let's put a bat in it.
Don't put a bat in it?
Put a bat in it.
What?
That is a 19 plus a 1 for a dirty 20 and
Plus
a spirit
4?
of 4. 24.
24. As you sit on this bed, immediately you're like, oh yeah, sure, I can try. And then just fucking from anyone like looking in like the window or anything like that, there's like a flash of fucking light.
Just the fucking someone turned on the sun.
You just see Nimbus for a second, like get up, look over. Oh, it's Polo. And then go back.
Oh yeah. God.
As you do this, you feel the like this amount of strength building up in you. Again, very different than what you normally feel whenever you have anything. Very different from your demonic senses, as you feel this more sun-like, this more like magical, almost like heat come over you for a moment. It does seem to, for a moment, I keep saying for a moment, it does seem to give you a slight, again, feeling of heat throughout your body. You get a little bit flush. You get a little bit more like you just had like a big workout. As it goes through.
That is fantastic. You are very good at this.
I am.
Yes,
Thank
I've
you.
never seen someone so adept, actually. Though I can't give a lot of praise. I've never been inside the body of someone like this before.
I wouldn't know what is good or bad. I've never really channeled into the spiritual or the magics as others might have.
Well, from my own experience, this is rather well. You're doing extremely well. Give me one moment. Let me check. Wait, now see if I can.
You feel the channeling, the spiritual energy around you seem to somewhat shift. As you do, you finally feel,
oh, hmm, that is concerning.
The music stops too, and it's
Good.
just like, oh.
That's good. I'm glad it did. Give me a moment, and I'll get an even better one. Hold on.
I have a feeling.
Also, I put a picture in the RP chat. That's Nimbus.
There we go.
I fucking ooh.
I believe I have located him.
You've located Brother Brother Hadar?
Yes, but he is weak.
Huh?
It will take me a few hours to pinpoint it, but he feels weak. The symbol isn't like Vega. It isn't brimming with power like him. It is lesser. But from what you've told me, Hadar is far more magically adept.
Yes. He might be able to hide it, but Brother Vega could sense him from rather away.
From what you had said before, can you tell me everything about what had gone on in Castletown? Everything to do with, I suppose, your time there, and this Slaverman fellow.
Without going too into
You can
it,
just
to
blot.
conserve time. Yeah, she just blots. She just blots it.
You can
'cause that
just
was so
blot. I
bad.
doubt you're gonna keep anything behind
Yeah.
from a god. It's like, no,
Yeah,
I
she'll-
shouldn't
no.
tell you this.
No, she's gonna blot it. Mostly it's because I can't recount everything.
Definitely. You spend the next hour or so as he is doing his best to pinpoint things, explaining what had happened. Mostly, he seems to be extremely interested in the monster blood and thing like that aspect that was going down.
Yes, I think I see it. There are other feelings around him. Ones that are not known to me. Meaning that they are not known to light. I can only assume that that means that they are monsters. He seems strong enough. Oh god, everything. Maybe he's not.
Fucking Pokemon battle
No,
music.
that was Mega Man.
Oh.
It seems faint, but perhaps I can give more. Holo.
Mhm.
I would ask that you allow me a time to look, which means, if you do not mind, could you close your eyes for a bit?
Yes, of course.
I cannot lie to you, and I would not. This would be me trying to channel myself through you.
That
You
is
will
fine.
feel as if you are asleep.
Please, do whatever it is you need to do.
I will awaken you as soon as I am done. Trust me, I will help you.
Polo, you sit on the bed. You said you were gonna close your eyes?
Yeah.
You close your eyes. For a moment, Orion jumps off, looks over to you, and begins to growl, keeping his distance away, looking back at you. People who would be watching would note a subtle change as Polo closes their eyes. They then open them again. The red eyes from Polo completely gone. Remaining appear to be these almost pure blue looking eyes looking back. As they look back for a moment, a slight glow to them, Polo breathes in through her nose. My body again. Strange. But I must focus. As Polo meditates for a time, we are going to go off to Gorthos.
Yeah.
Not stop, Mega Man! No!
Mega Man just wants to play.
I keep telling it to repeat the song, but it doesn't want to. It
You
wants
need
to go into Mega
put
Man.
on a playlist for Zelda.
It's not in the that's not in the Zelda playlist. That isn't a playlist I have listed as pure evil.
All I'm saying is that the other playlist you've been having lately has been spoiling me because it's all been Chrono Cross songs.
Oh yeah. I have quite a few Chrono Cross. Yeah, I have.
I have picked up on several that have been playing, and I'm just like, yes, this is perfect.
I have 4 Chrono Cross in that, but I also have 3 Chrono Trigger as well. So they could also be in Chrono Cross. Speaking of which, let's do this one.
That's Chrono Cross.
Yeah. As Gorthos.
Yes.
You find yourself sitting at your at this box. You were given permission to go through it. However, as soon as you start looking it over, you find it hard to decide where to start first. There is a large stack of what appears to be journals. You're not sure of what chronological order they may be. You see what appears to be a large stack of photos. Again, you're not sure any order that they may be in. And finally, you see what appears to be some items and other such things that seem to be personal effects and trinkets inside of the box. Each of these things, this is a rather large box, and there are technically, we'll say there's 3 around you, just to keep things simple. To inspect any of these things will take a couple of hours. I would like to know, of these 3 things, which do you want to inspect first?
Oh, goodness. I guess the best place to start would be the written books.
Okay. Again, you don't know the order that these would come into. However, as you do pick one up and you start to recount them and go over them, I would like you to go ahead and roll me for your diligence, please.
Okay.
Ooh.
23.
I will save the other fleeting that fake person just gave you.
Thank you.
I'll save that for another roll because that's really good and I'm going to be nice.
Yeah.
Gorthos, as you begin to look them over, you use your discerning eyes. You look them over, you find out of everything here what would be the oldest one. And while all of them are very old, you finally find one that has just a little bit more wear along the spine. It gives it that sort of floppiness of an old book. As you look it over, as you check it out, you open it up to its different pages, as you see what appears to be the journal of the writing hero. As you do, as you look it over, the pages seem old, much older than 100 years. As you look it through, you hear what appears to be the story of the writing hero. One that seems familiar the more you read it. You find that it is apparently the story of a humble man who had taken up defense of his home, as he would do so to stop the oppression of people who would see them as not slaves but workers. This writing hero was tired of being oppressed by people who are in power, took up an old thing of armor that he had had throughout his family. Not grand armor. From what you can tell, it listed here, it seems to be very much the armor of what you would attribute to be a squire. However, what he does with this armor is what is unique. Instead of making armor for himself, he makes armor for his horse. As he went about it, he seemed to melt everything down, everything he possibly could find, all of his possessions. He would melt down his cooking pots. He would melt down the armor from his family. He would melt down his money that he seemed to have. He would melt down anything that in his house, the nails even, that would be considered it would be considered much of anything. He knew that this land would be taken from him. So out of everyone, if he could just sacrifice his own land, if he could just sacrifice his own wealth, his own possessions in life, it would protect those around him. As he then forged a great set of armor that seemed to almost shine with the elegance of something that was made with much finer materials, as if something had blessed this horse armor. As he makes it, he then rides into battle completely without anything for his own. But it didn't seem to matter. As this person would ride into battle, no matter all of the battles he would go through, it would always end the same. Even though he was very vulnerable, the horse would always protect him. The armor that he made for the horse would always be able to shine, would always be able to distract. People would find that even if they were to focus on him, the more threatening opponent would be the horse. It's as if his hopes were tied with the horse. Anytime an arrow would even be loosed to go for his head, it would instead be met with the armor of the horse. He was invincible. He not only drove people from his land, he drove back bandits, he drove back monsters, he drove back demons. He kept everything for his own, and he never lost a battle. It mentions in the journal that eventually this man was recruited for a grand adventure, for something of great importance. The undefeatable hero. He mentions at the last part of the book that he is to make his way to the Lost Woods. As you read through all of that, you think back to yourself. You try to think toward anything. Because obviously, this has meaning to you. You hear footsteps. Oh, you're still awake.
Oh, he does not sleep.
Oh, well, that seems useful.
Sometimes. He gently closes the book and puts it off to the side.
She walks her way over and stands next to you, looking at the boxes. Sorry, with everything that happened, I was a little bit distracted.
It is understandable. Such revelations are draining.
It seems I'm not the only one who's had such a revelation. I can't see your face, Knight, but you have, well, the air about you of as if you've seen a ghost.
In a sense, yes.
While all of you were gone off to the domain, I had spoken with Madeline a little bit. She, tells me that you guys had spoke about, well, certain things. I had to let her know that whatever she was thinking, if you are as old as everyone says, it would have been far before our father's time.
Yes.
That one's interesting, isn't it? That's the only records I can find of it. A hero who forged a path of their own to protect their people. But if that was my grandfather, I don't see how we have what we have now, to be honest. it seems to not even mention our city by name.
It may not have been a city at that time.
There was something that, well, didn't make much sense to me. They pick up another journal. In this one, all it was is songs.
May he read that one?
It is difficult, but here. As she holds it out to you, you see what appears to be, like she says, songs, but not songs that you can read. As you look it over, it appears to show songs, as in different ways to play songs. As you look everything over, as you go over all of the different things that are here, some of them have names. And finally, as you get to near the middle of the book, you find a drawing in it. The side of the drawing appears to be a small pictograph picture. As she seems to have waited for you to get to that point, the drawing and the pictograph picture both seem to show what appears to be a small instrument. One that you remember seeing. It appears to be an ocarina.
An ocarina. You've seen this before.
Oh? I was going to ask. It seemed different than everything else. I never really found anything like it among his possessions.
I have a question for you, Deidre.
What's up, man?
Does this look like any kind of special artifact of ages long past?
You remember seeing this. It would have never occurred to you what this is. You yourself probably have never seen this artifact, which is odd for you. However, you know immediately what this artifact is, because recently you were told about this artifact by a deity. This is the exact same artifact you remember seeing inside of the hand of that skull kid, just outside of the Lost Woods, as well as the same artifact that was told to Galen to retrieve, what is an item most likely known as the Ocarina of Time, an artifact of the Goddess of Time.
Just making sure I'm looking at the right thing.
Yep.
It is referred to as the Ocarina of Time, an artifact imbued with the power of with the Goddess of Time. Lasgortho's head. Known of it, it is in the hands of a skull kid in the Lost Woods.
I had wondered. I have found nothing even similar to that inside of the box. Though I had hoped that it was a lot closer. The Lost Woods, apparently, that's a death sentence, usually.
Only if you do not know the way.
And you do?
The way requires fairness.
I had hoped that, honestly, that someone had just tried to steal it from us before they handed it off to us, but it would have made sense, because the mayor and everyone else had been coming at me about giving the artifacts that were left behind. I thought maybe they had stolen one and thought that the others were just as powerful.
They demanded the artifacts.
I don't know which one they were looking for, but whenever I saw a picture of that, it looked really grand, and to devote as much as he did to learning songs or writing down the songs to play it, I assumed it was extremely important to him.
Quite might have been.
My father was actually a devout worshiper of the goddess of time. He didn't shove it in anyone's face or anything, but I would always hear him whenever he was making his rounds throughout our lands and making his way through, that he would always ask for more time in the day so that he could finish his chores. But he always would finish them before the final bell would toll here. So I'd always assumed when I was a small girl that the goddess must have been listening to him.
The gods can be quite fickle with their gifts.
Our father, apparently, whenever he was younger, had kept himself busy. Whenever he had met our mother, he was not a hero, but he was definitely someone that people looked up to. Someone who defended Lon Lon. Though I can't tell you if anyone really considered him much more than what he wanted them to know. After Mom wasn't around anymore, he took care of all of us. He stayed behind, and he always saved everything he could. He taught me the value of money. He said, even if it grows out of the ground, it doesn't mean it doesn't have any worth. He never hired a single person to help him in the fields, and he never asked any of us to do it either. He said he always wanted us to do whatever we wanted to do. That's why none of us really want to do anything with the farm anymore. We just want to hire someone to do it for us.
It sounds like your father was a good person.
He may not have been the city's hero, but he definitely was mine. And he would always tell a story about his grandfather. But they were always strange.
How so?
He would always speak of them as if they happened to him.
Did he?
He would have details about them that weren't inside the books.
Your father, you have pictographs of him.
We never got the pictographs until very recently. It was only recently that any of this stuff was even given to us. But I do have a couple. I'm guessing from whenever he was with my grandfather. They were inside of here. As she motions to the pictures. I don't even know if there are any pictures of my grandfather. All I ever see whenever I see these are pictures of my father. Just a little bit older, I guess. As she motions to the top of the image, which appears to be that same flyer she's been handing around town that seems to be a picture of one of them being a grizzled old man atop of a horse. The other one being a younger man who seems to be standing in front of the farm that you guys now know, the farmhouse here. And then beside of that, of course, being Marco, who shares some resemblances to him. As you look at the two pictures, they don't seem to be the most detailed. However, underneath, there appear to be the original pictures, as well as some other pictographs showing things. As you look and see, one of them does appear to be a face you recognize. I have mentioned to you before that you had a bit of a thought before this, a bit of a vision similar to what you had whenever you were talking about Atalanta. However, as you look at this picture of this grizzled-looking old man that seems to be atop of a great horse, immediately your mind goes back to that moment, standing in the great woods, the Kokiri woods, walking back and forth in front of a line of heroes, some of which you know to be squires and others who had came to answer your call, but the ones that really shone, the ones that were in front of you, you saw what appeared to be this man who wore no armor. In fact, while this man was extremely impressive, he failed to even wear a shirt. You see an extremely buff, almost lumberjack-looking Hylian in front of you with a gigantic axe on his back. As he looks forward on this magnificent-looking horse, this war horse among war horses that seemed to have this darkened armor that shined in the lights of the forest. It seemed to almost be extremely reflective, polished to the sheen of a mirror. You remember seeing the man in the photo 1,000 years ago.
A thought crosses Gorthos' mind, and he looks to the younger man.
You look down in your vision toward a young squire that is nearing this person, as you see a young boy, one younger than even Marco, that does look to be a near spitting image of the man on the horse. One that is holding a pictograph in his hands, and what appears to be a spear on his back that seems to be nothing more than a modified farming tool.
Even if it is a memory, Gorthos would probably have made him a real spear. You just look at that and go, okay.
You're pretty sure that was the past Gorthos talking in his head, but you agree with him.
Yeah.
As you immediately come back to the future here. I guess Matt owes us all 5 rupees.
Shit.
In the chat, they're like 5 rupees. The grandfather is actually the dad.
I was kind of thinking that too.
There was a chance. There was a chance for it, but no.
That's. Brother starts chuckling. Just
if this would have been brought up any time earlier, because there was one time you could have seen this way early in the campaign.
Fair.
No way.
There is one thing that could have shown this to be slightly earlier in the campaign. I had mentioned to you about one area you guys could have went to way back then that that I've been trying to somewhat slightly push you around to. But there was a gathering of I'm just gonna tell you now. There was a gathering of stalls who could speak. Some of them seemingly talking about and housing the bones and remains of great people. You might have been able to find, if you would have went there, what appeared to have been the bones of a great horse.
Aww.
However,
Could you have become a horse?
However,
Horse
the idea behind it, it is something that we don't really. I don't have anything for anymore, so because I had to rewrite the story quite a lot.
Nonsense. Let's go there and get Gorthos a horse body.
I just become a Nuck. I just become a Nuck Livy.
Oh no!
That's all that happens. It's fine.
He's a fucking centaur.
It is less that he would have got a horse body and more that he would have got a stall horse.
Oh my god!
Oh, that would have been cool as shit.
Who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe,
we need to
who knows? Maybe it'll show.
Go back.
Who knows? Maybe it'll show back up later. But now that I've mentioned it, who knows?
Hey, who knows? Arthur's just
Oh,
good looks at this. Well, he remembers more now. He thinks.
Yeah.
We, the great, shirtless Hylian atop a horse whose armor shined like a mirror. And a little man with a little spear holding a pictograph. It seems your father got away. That's good. He would have been worried if he had this memory before.
The only thing that you can think of, Gorthos,
Time works strangely in the Lost Woods.
the only thing that you can think of, Gorthos, when it comes to the situation that might have transpired, you know from talking with several people and from seeing things in your mind that whatever this raid was, whatever this thing happened, a lot of the heroes did not make it out. You didn't make it out. But if this person really was everything that you see here, as well as had the item that you believe him to have, you can only assume that his last ditch effort to do much of anything in whatever battle occurred in the Lost Woods was him potentially getting his son away in the only way that he knew how, by calling upon and using an item from a god. Because that's just the kind of hero this man is.
It's what heroes do. They do the impossible. It makes perfect sense now, in a way. Did you know there are songs that exist that can transport people vast distances when played correctly by the right kind of person and the right kind of instrument?
Well, if you look at this part of the book, they turn a couple pages beyond what appears to be the depiction of the ocarina. As you see on the top of 2 pages in the book, let me make sure I have them correct here. You see words depicting.
Oh, some of this is readable. Okay.
None of it is, the actual music isn't readable to you, but the songs, some of them do have titles, whereas others do not. You see on the top of these 2 pages what appears to be something known as the Twisted Song of Time.
Your grandfather saved your father from the fate that befell us all in the Lost Woods.
I want everyone to know, because I made this so long ago, I just had to right-click the image just to see when it was created. It says January 15th, 2022.
Fuck me.
Damn.
The thing that I just read.
Damn.
Anyway.
Northos will make sure to recount this for Marco as well, but yes, your father was misplaced through time to escape that tragedy. So he told the truth.
And you still don't know what that tragedy is, from what Madeline had said.
Only guesses. But none of us survived it.
Madeline is
Save
upset.
for you.
Madeline is upset over everything that you said. They don't really want to talk about it. But when they told me, whenever all of you were gone, to go and get that girl, no one, from everything I heard from Father, from everything I read in those books, not a single person in Hyrule or beyond could or would or even had the chance of stopping my grandfather if he decided to do something. I don't blame you, Gorthos. If he wanted to do it, then I doubt you could have stopped him. She smiles just proudly. You're like, fucking want to bet? I'm like...
The person
Probably
he
caused
was.
time paradox.
The person he was the exact reason he was called. All of them were. All 100 of them. And so very few made it out alive.
We can only hope then that whatever it was worth it. Or, at the very least, whatever it was settled. What could have required 100 heroes?
A calamity.
Oh, one more thing, actually. As they dig down further into the pictograph box, there was one other that came out strange. They hand what appears to be a pictograph to you. However, looking at the pictograph, it seems that whoever took this was either running or potentially in trouble. There is a large splotch over it that, since these things are in black and white essentially, or more than likely sepia toned, you can only assume is either some kind of gunk or blood on the side of it. But looking at it, what is depicted in this, what you can you see what you can only describe as a moblin in front of you. As you look at it, you see in front of the moblin what appears to be the images of a large Zora, what appears to be a Rito in flight with some kind of staff, a knight on the ground with a large sword, two dog-like ears protruding from their head, and what appears to be in front of each of them a large, wide, stone-skinned individual blocking a blow from this moblin, standing in front of the three of the others. And right where the splotch is, you see, holding out an arm, the only thing you can see is an arm, seemingly looking as if it's being lifted off from the ground,
a few bony fingers, as if these individuals were protecting this person. You see what you can only assume is one of the final battles of the four riders.
Did he keep this one?
Of course. I'm sorry that it is not in better condition. I assume that if what you say is true and that this was taken by my father, he was most likely running at the time.
Yet he still found the courage to do this. He must run in the blood.
Take
This
as
is
much time as you need with anything here, and if you find anything like that, I'd much rather have you have it than anyone in the village try to take it from us again.
You said this is all given to you.
Yeah. We
Who?
have found it whenever some of the members from the castle town have brought themselves up from one of the nearby chasms that came up into a dungeon. They have brought a bunch of things that seem to have depictions of what we can only assume, well, as she motions to the boxes themselves, we had etched in the name that was there, and it apparently was similar enough to ours, at least from what they could find legible. This is my father's name, apparently in an ancient script.
What's it say?
You see what appears to just be the name Marcus depicted, although again in ancient Hylian. So probably like Marcusio or something. I don't know. Something flowery and ancient.
Marcus Antonius.
Marcus.
It was my father's name, so they thought that it might have been things that we had that might have fell into the dungeon from one of the chasms that were made. It was only after that that they thought that it might have been something they should keep. But by that point, we had enough things on it that proved it was ours that they really couldn't take it from us. At least without some kind of force. I believe it was actually the dungeon that Marco almost got in trouble for going into once. They've completely cleared it out by now, though, I'm sure.
You'd be surprised.
They sent in quite a lot of knights to go in, and not all of them came back, but they no longer have anyone guarding it, so I'm sure that it is stripped at this point.
We may have sent in a contingent of knights, but they did not send in your brother, the Spelunker.
When it comes to Marco, even back then he was able to find just about everything that is truly interesting in places like that. I believe that's where he got that feather of his. There hasn't been a rock around these parts in probably hundreds of years.
1,526, but that's not the point.
I love the idea that you know the exact fucking age. No. 1,576. But who's counting? Let's keep going.
It is something we're looking into. This horse armor. This was recovered?
Actually, as she looks at it, I don't remember seeing it. If it was, maybe they kept it. Most likely, the only ones who would know about that would be the people from Hyrule. From Castletown, I mean.
And that you've said they want more artifacts from you.
It is not them that ask us for the artifacts. It is the mayor and his people that say that what we got belongs to Lon Lon, not to us. The ones who had given it to us were the knights of Castletown that have made their way back at this point. If they found anything else, then it is most likely inside of their stores or even the treasury at the castle.
You said there was one more pile of items, DK. You said there was items.
Yep, there is a box that it seems to be full of trinkets. At this point, you would have spent most of your night reading over the journals, figuring out which one came first, yada yada. It is getting to around light at this point. But as you look into the trinkets, would you like to give me a roll?
Yeah. We've made it this far. We might as well see.
Give me a
is left.
diligence, and we'll use your fleeting that that you got from Fake Person and now just from Emerald to do this as well. So you have 3 rolls.
You. That's a 16 sapphire. Yeah.
One more?
Oh.
You have one from Fake Person and one from Emerald.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh.
Hey.
One.
You find, as you open the box and look through the trinkets, most of them appear to be rather interesting things. You do find potentially the parts here to, if you wanted to make your own pictograph, you probably could. It seems that their father was very much into ancient technology, as you already had mentioned before, because to his eyes, it was probably just technology.
It was kind of like, if not a brand new thing, like a cool thing.
As you look through things, however, you do find, as you get further down, what appear to be scraps of armor, what appear to be a single arrow that seems to have that appears to have the Kokiri symbol etched onto the arrowhead. Nothing that seems to be magic of any kind, but almost like somebody signing something for someone.
Gee, I wonder who signed that.
You see, as you look further into these things, into these small little trinkets, the final thing you find is, to anyone else looking at this, they would see sort of kind of junk. But as you look at it, you see what appears to be a talisman, similar-esque to the medallions you have. Only as you look at it, you know exactly who this belongs to. You see what appears to be a talisman-esque, looking as if it's like almost the Sheikah symbol of an eye, but it appears to have an indentation that should have held what you know and what other people here in the game would know to be a witch's gem. You find here what appears to be the remnants of a talisman that you know that Ivori used to once hold, though it does not have the witch's gem inside of it.
This is Ivori's. Sister. Why is it she would always...
She motions over toward the picture. I assumed it belonged to this Rito here, as you can see it on their chest there. Is this Ivori?
It is.
Did they die in this as well?
One of the few that lived.
Oh, well, then of course you can, if it's your sister, you can take that. You can take it with you. If they still live, I mean, if they are like you, I'm sure they do, then you can take it back to them.
We are going to deliver the cake to her.
Oh!
Oh, well, that's different. Perhaps I should make sure that... Okay, alright, understood. I'll let Madeline know. We were just going to deliver all of the batter, but if this is someone that is someone connected with you and our father, then I would love to have my sisters, if they wish, as well as myself, to volunteer to help bake this if possible.
Thank you. She would never admit it, but she would appreciate that. He's sure.
I will let them know whenever they return. Speaking of which, as they look toward the windows, I'm sure that it's around time that we should start taking the batter, at least decently soon. I will make some breakfast for everyone.
Thank you for everything.
It's no problem. Oh, right. There was something I wanted to talk to you about before everything as well. I don't know any of your friends very well, but, do they usually glow?
They are blessed by the Triforce.
Ah, alright then. I suppose that explains it then. I checked on your friend Polo before, but they were sitting up in their bed and they were glowing as if they were completely shining as bright as the sun, so I guess that makes sense. They start walking away.
All of her, not her hand.
Doody doody doo.
You should clean up this mess.
I'm sure they're fine. That's probably just something they do now.
You know, things happen. He's been gone for a month. Who knows what these kids have done to themselves?
They probably shine like the sun all the time.
Probably
Big deal.
One of those knows it's probably something to do with the sun god. But you know, it's simple this way.
I'm thinking with portals.
At this point, everyone would get to the morning. Ronan, you would be woken up by Obra or a little bit earlier than this, so that you could get your armor on and make your way back over toward there with them.
Mm-hmm.
As Misty would be walking away, a little ding-a-ling-a-ling would be heard as Ronan steps in. Directly afterwards, huh?
Wait. It's
What?
session 100.
Yeah.
I would be remiss if I didn't.
Didn't what?
I drugged the wrong thing. Shit.
You were remiss.
I was like, what is that? Is this, why is there like 200?
I was zoomed way the hell out.
Oh, okay.
This.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
When was the last time this happened?
Ah, I see.
I will say we are at 12 a.m.
I know that.
Okay. All right.
The only thing I want to do is roll for it and see what it is.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get the thing real quick.
Don't worry, Deco. I'll just do it in the middle of next session.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not apologizing.
No, you don't have to apologize at all. I just wanted to make sure that you knew I probably wouldn't get too deep into it right now.
No. That's the thing, is if something is going to come from this that you have to plan for, you'll have a week to do it.
Alrighty. Let me get the list of you guys, because I need to make sure that you guys haven't got certain ones. Player fate. Oh, you haven't gotten many. Alright, go ahead and roll me a d12. We have to do the old variation of this, because we have new cards now.
2.
Two?
Ooh.
Roll again, that's not as fun.
Okay.
I don't want to just give you money.
What a generous god.
Do you want me to just give you money?
I'll take it.
All right, let's see.
I'd rather lose all my shit.
I'd rather lose everything. You're correct. All right. So Ronan, and by Ronan I mean not Emerald. I mean Eric.
Yeah.
You have obtained the Knight.
What is that?
Oh my god.
That is the card that Galen got whenever he first got Arma.
Yeah.
Oh. So what does that mean?
What the Knight says, you gain the service of an NPC who appears to you and serves you loyalty. Who serves you loyally. So what that means for me is I have to come up with I have to either push a character that has already existed over or come up with another character. I figured it out.
What was your
Figured it
decision?
out?
I was gonna say something, but what's your decision?
Is it gonna be fucking Rudon?
Oh, that'd be
I
good
was
too.
I was
Ooh, that'd be
gonna
good too. I can make
I was-
Radon into a retainer. Ooh.
I was gonna say Adam.
Adam would be
Adam
good too. Ooh.
You have choices, I
There's
think is
so
what
many.
we've established.
I was gonna say I could just power up the Dodongo, but
I mean, that's
Yours are-
also a good option.
the other ones are neat though.
I'd say let you and Eric talk about that.
We'll
in
talk
private
about
and
it. We'll
surprise
talk
us.
about it.
We'll
Yeah.
talk about it. We'll talk about it.
That sounds fun. We'll talk on it. We'll see how things go.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is
In
whatever.
before it's the fairy shopkeeper.
The shopkeeper from all the time
no,
before.
that'd be terrible. It's like, who's this bitch, huh?
She comes back for that ass.
She shrinks Obera into just the size of her head as just a fish.
We'll get into that in a bit. Right now,
I'll pause problems.
Ronan steps in after potentially having a retainer talk with Adam. Who knows, maybe. But as Ronan steps in, the ding-ling-ling hearing in front of it, Marco, you were just about to open the door whenever a fishman teleported in front of you.
Ah, I see. Good morning, Ronan.
Hey.
Obera.
Marco. What would have happened if you would have opened it right whenever we were there? Would we have...
Just been lost forever? That wouldn't have been good.
You want to try?
No.
Not really.
Not after I just came up with that horrible idea.
Good.
Yeah, before you
Because
said
I
that,
need-
I was gonna wonder if we were gonna fuse or something, but
Good, because I need both of y'all's help in kicking this man's ass.
imagine your speed and my magic. We would rule the world.
Incredible.
Scary thought.
As you guys would step in, seeing Gorthos standing over these trinkets and other things that he has. Misty having just closed the door going into the kitchen. Gorthos, you looking back toward the others.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Orthos has come into some revelations. Thankfully.
Aren't we all?
Anything major?
He just looks to Marco. Your father, Marcus, was misplaced through time. Intentionally. Your father was there at the Battle of 100 Heroes, a squire to your grandfather, and your grandfather saved him by playing his Ocarina of Time.
Gorthos, it's like
Wait, what?
the cuckoos just went off, Gorthos. Come on, you can't just drop this on me this early.
He didn't say not to tell you.
I mean,
Wait,
that makes sense why I have so much goddess blood in me. Because he's just from back then. Huh.
Ronan's face is just the meme of the lady with a bunch of equations going in front of her face right now.
Yep.
You
He holds
guys
up one of the people
see the
stolen
door
book.
open from this side as Marco is getting that in their head. You see stepping through what appears to be Polo. However, looking at Polo, they seem to have their hair worn slightly different. You see that they appear to have moved their ribbon off into almost a side ponytail that seems to go down over one part of them as they walk in very slowly, looking around as if they don't really understand a lot of the place.
Huh. I like what you're doing with your hair, Polo. Good morning.
They look over to you, Marco, as you notice Polo's eyes are completely blue. Oh, yes, good morning. I thought that it looked cute. She has a very, nice, well, very nice genes, from what I can tell.
Whomst?
Oh, right. I should, probably wake them up, soon. They were difficult to before. I wanted to ask if any of you were a magician.
You're the reason Polo is shining like the sun. Hello, sun god.
Gestures to Obra.
Oh, yes, that would be actually a lot more, walks over toward Obra. Excuse me, would you, be so kind as to aid me in giving me some magic, so that I might try to wake Polo up? They look at them. Why did you change her hair before coming in? Oh, there was a lot of magic, going around last night, and her hair was in such a mess, so I made sure to brush it and wash it as best that I could. And whenever I did that, I thought, oh, I should probably put it in a nice position. Though I can't really, I don't really know exactly what her hair was like before. I have not seen her truly physically, so I decided to go with this cute hairstyle and thought that might be well enough. And could you help me?
Glyphos cannot wait to see the other two gods in mortal bodies. It is going to be infinitely funnier than even this.
Takes her hand. All right, let's go, Zolaire. Oh, excuse me. Nice meeting all of you. I thought
breasts are weird. They just jiggle while you run.
Nice meeting all of you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That was weird.
More or less weird than what Worth just said.
I wonder if he was kind of the same as how Zelda was when she would, because he definitely didn't give the air of a god, right? That was definitely like a guy, right?
That was just some guy, right?
Some guy, right?
You have no idea how accurate that is.
Really? Huh.
Brother's been around a long time. He knows their bit.
Polo.
I still respect. You should always respect them, though. All the same.
Yeah. Of course.
You wake up. As you do, you are currently holding hands with Obra, who is looking at you, as you feel as if you had a good night's rest.
Oh, good morning, Miss Obra.
Good morning. I've already let go of your hands, but if you want to keep holding them, that's fine.
Huh? Oh, my apologies.
Just like, let's go.
What did...
You have very cute hair this morning, though you always have cute hair.
Huh?
They start walking away.
Just pats her head like, what? What did he do?
You feel as you start patting your head, you feel that there is a large percentage of your hair off in over your shoulder, looking down. You see the ribbon that you usually wear, holding it in a position down at the lower part of it, as if a ponytail of sorts was made.
Oh.
There's just like the look and feel, just like,
Oh. Well, something different wouldn't be bad, at least for today. I should be respectful.
She'll just like tidy it up a bit and then just make it a straight up ponytail for now. It's like his heart was in a good place. So she'll just have a straight up ponytail for the day.
As you do, eventually you make your way out. As everyone is together, you step out, looking back at everyone. You guys notice the red eyes of Polo have returned.
Welcome back.
Ah, dear, my apologies. Did Master Zola startle any of you?
He is exactly what Gorthos expected.
I
I didn't know he could do that.
gave him permission to. He said he sensed my brother Hadar. He is apparently rather close by, but the signal is weak.
I will be able to sense him a lot better now. If you are to get anywhere near him, I can point you in the correct direction. I've completely adjusted your body and your senses to the feel of that power now. If it was someone that I would have met before, it would have been a lot easier.
It seems that he spent the night attuning my body. So I think if we get close to Brother Hadar, I'll be able to sense him. But it seems he is closer than I had thought.
I don't. If he's been gone a week, but he's still close by, I can't help but think.
This does not bode well. At least I hope it does not.
So on the one hand, we can think perhaps he made his way off toward the shrine of the horse god and has just had a lot of time there. He has made his way to Lon Lon and has been doing... Well, we can only hope that he has been captured by them. If not, he is working with them.
No, he wouldn't do that.
I agree. I don't see your brother doing any work for anyone any longer, especially after his last employer. But it is something that had to be said, I believe.
Yes. I do not want to think he has come upon any danger. But I can think of no other reason why any sort of sensation coming from him would be weak. It is usually almost on par with Brother Vega.
Could it be his doppelganger?
Mr. Lobo? No, Master Soler said it is very similar to Brother Vega.
He just makes a hand motion like, yes,
And?
Was it not hard to differentiate Lobo from Hada?
Just because they look alike does not mean that the spiritual or even the magical, they are not the same.
I don't know if Gorthos has spent a lot of time being a magician. But magic and spirit is very hard to get wrong. Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, there he is.
There. I don't know what just happened. Everything just sort of went away. I was talking to you as Obra. What are you doing here?
What did you say?
I was saying there's like a noise. Hold on.
Damn.
People are doing fireworks behind me.
Neat.
No,
Why?
I don't know why. It's just I heard like some noises. I'm like, there's
I
fireworks.
mean, it's like a holiday or something today, right?
Is it?
Memorial Day?
Oh, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's Memorial Day, yeah.
But yes, she would be. Usually, I don't think that Gorthos has spent a lot of time as a mage. It seems in his past lives, but magic and spiritual energy, it is usually very hard to it is usually very hard to duplicate.
Disguised.
With
It
Hadar
is,
with Hadar and Vega being twins, I could maybe see some kind of life force similarities, but one demon to another demon, he may look like Hadar, but he would not feel like Hadar.
It is like it is like sense.
Perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, Gorthos would have more of that essence in them, to have that kind of discerning eye. Regardless, if your brother is in danger here, Polo, we'll turn this town upside down for you.
We already were looking for the Sage of Life, so may as well tack that on too. Though I'm pretty sure with all this, he's more than likely been captured by him if we go off of everything that we've heard. I think it's a reasonable assumption. The last time he was seen was entering the mayor's house, so he just shrugs.
Not the first time we walked into someone important's manor and caused some chaos.
Unfortunately, we can't go bombs blazing like the first time.
Unfortunately not.
But why ever not?
We have to be more tactful because we don't want to do anything to ruin my sister's chances of beating him in the election. But if this comes that he's been working with a bastard, then I mean, he could just lose by default and be locked up, so she'd win.
We also
Well,
don't want
Sage's
me or Ronan to store up any of the people that may have the same thoughts as the mayor here and make things worse.
Should Gorthos get his large body?
I
Nope.
think that then you would also be under the knife, as they say.
Gorthos will be under the knife anyway. But he understands your point. He hates politics.
What were you saying, Polo?
I was just going to say we can't go in bombs blazing because we don't have Galen's fire magic.
It's incorrect.
Think about everything else.
Well, I have a couple bombs.
We do have bombs.
Oh,
We can
Never
go
mind.
literally bombs blazing.
And we can see if those two Goron have any bombs
I do think
left.
we should. I do think we should try. I don't think we should just go up to him and punch the sage in the face like first thing.
God, I want to, though.
I understand.
we should try more amicable measures, maybe.
At the time, we can even think of one thing. The Sage of Life does not know that we know who he is.
That's true.
He thinks that he is completely protected, but Ronan has opened our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
We can use that to our advantage, potentially.
We do know, because of that mud, he is also quite resilient against magical means. But again, worst comes to worst, with those depths and all that mud can survive a few bombs.
So I'm clear. The objective is: do we think that he's controlling the mayor? Like he's like charming him or something?
We have to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
We have to know to what extent is going on here. Whether he's controlling the mayor or holding Hadar or anything, we need to figure out exactly what's going on. And while he doesn't think that he is in danger, we need to make sure that we can do everything we can, because once he knows he's in danger, we can assume that he will do his utmost to not be any longer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Next thing.
Last thing we need is another Castle Towns fiasco happening in Long Long. Everyone's trapped in that mental loop.
And I'd rather, if something big happens here at Lon Lon, that's gonna set off both those armies. And they're gonna come charging and seeing what the hell's going on. And it'll be an even bigger mess if we mess up here.
So we need to make sure that once we do pull the trigger, that we can end things very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Fuck.
I trust that we can do this.
Randall has an idea. As a sign of good faith, we should put on a show.
Oh yeah.
Don't you think, Ronan?
I was thinking pretty much the same exact thing.
Remember, if you do set anyone like this off, he will immediately know that he is in danger.
Might get the mayor on our side, though.
That's very
At
true.
which point we'd be completely in the right to, take him down.
We could also tear the mask off of the sage.
We just don't know what he's capable of, though, is what I'm saying.
I mean,
If you do lower his... If he is, for example, taking over the mayor, if we do release the mayor from his grip, we don't know. He could just find a way to leave.
he did have that stupid camp area that just immediately changed to another area.
We also know that apparently Marco, when he had asked Argo about it, his presence was up in the north of Hyrule, yet he's here. We don't know if he can just move extremely quickly, or if the one that's here is even him. There's so many things we don't know yet. To just go in and cure everyone, while it would definitely be beneficial to Lon Lon, it would not be beneficial in capturing the Sage of Life.
So do you think we should try to catch him alone?
I
And
think
then-
I think we need to learn more about what's happening before we do anything.
Yes.
Hmm.
She is right.
Yes, Polo?
We could also try to lure the Sage of Light.
We could.
He seems to be quite fond of women.
If we could get him away from everyone, then if he is the real Sage of Life, then that will be the best way to get him down. Activate Ronan's magics, get rid of everyone off of his scent, and then beat the... I was gonna say goddess-loving, but more goddess-hating shit out of him.
As a stall, you might have some peculiarities, depending. He does not see the glow in his eyes. Hard to say if he's truly stall or just a risen undead. If it is the real sage, than that. We will need reconnaissance. Thankfully, we have those
And
kinds of
the
skill
entire
sets in
time, we'll
spades.
also be having to make sure that Rudan is not in danger.
I think Rodon should just stay here while we're doing this.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's the best option. We already promised her that we would take her into town.
Gorthos is incapable of subtleties.
That too.
We can.
He will take care of
Since we have to be careful anyway, then
We can make sure that she is guarded no matter what. We need to have both you and her go in at the same time, Ronan, so that it feeds the idea that you are not a threat. She's how you get in.
Right.
However, we need to make sure that the others know about this. Maybe we can make sure that Nimbus and Kuro are watching their every move. Nimbus is an extremely powerful person, and we've already seen how well Kuro can act under pressure.
poorly, but he can.
Poorly, but he did eventually take out a horn of Vega, even though Vega did bring it right back.
True.
Although my brother Vega can only be getting more powerful from here on, he is training with Sadomran.
All I'm more saying is that if he is even somewhat on that level, then he should be able to protect her.
Yes, that is true.
And the two of them especially. More than anything, we need to make sure that our first plan works to get Ronan inside. And then once Ronan is inside, we can work on the second plan of figuring out everything that we can about the mayor and the Sage of Life. And if we decide to do any more beyond that, we can all gather up and figure it out. The last thing we need to make sure is that your sister doesn't send in an army of Octoroks to go and attack them.
That is also true. That is who I've been very concerned about this whole time, because she has not returned.
I believe she's
can't wait.
I believe she's outside mobilizing the cuckoo. She points to the window as you see Morrigan standing in front of what appears to be no less than 3 Octoroks and 8 cuckoo.
I can't wait until we've dealt with the Sage of Life and then an army of chickens and octopi
You see,
raid the city.
Despite everything, Morgan probably has the tamer class. But instead of having one mount, she more so commands an army of smaller animals.
Cucko has like 3 health, and the other one, and like the last health is just immortal.
There we go. And
The last health has like an AC of 25.
Good God.
As they lose a heart, the AC gets higher.
there we go.
You said 3 Octoroks.
I have to copy one.
Damn it! Her little fucking dwangly hair doesn't let the stupid chicken stand on her. Fucking dwangly.
There we go.
Dingly.
There we go. There's her army.
Her fucking dumbass hair. There you go.
Oh yeah, her idiot hair.
Hair.
I love that that's literally what the term means.
What is dumb hair?
As Marco, you look out and see this, you start making your way toward the door. As everything is said and done, Gorthos, you follow the others as they start making their way away. For a moment, you do stop, however. You look to the picture that is in your hand as you place it down on top of the counter here. As again, the final note we see is the image of the 4 riders fighting against this large moblin. And Gorthos looking down, the camera going through his helmet to the Donu skeleton inside. How does this image make you feel, Gorthos, as you're looking down at it?
Sad, but proud.
As we see the image, Gorthos giving a slight smile from the skeleton. The image gets larger in our eyes, more detailed, as we find the scene in front of us being magic being slung toward this large moblin, bigger than almost any moblin we'd seen. A Goron rolling up and taking out the legs of the creature, while a Donu slices at it. A large Zora picking it up and slamming it into the ground. As a hero on a horse takes off away from the area, holding on to a young boy who has just snapped a photo of this. He looks on as a large skeletal figure looks back over toward the small boy. Closes his eyes and then opens them as he pushes himself up to turn and face the moblin. As this large skeletal man stands up around the 4 people around him who are fighting with him, the hero on the horse goes further out into these lost woods, most likely getting lost himself, but it almost seems as if the horse knows where to go. Getting him all the way to the edge, he looks further out as an army is surrounding the lost woods. The old man looks to it, an ever-growing look of anger going across his face as he sets his son down beside of him. His son looking up and snapping another photo. One of a grizzled man on a horse that we'd all seen, the one that is on the front of the flyers that Misty keeps handing out to everyone. As he looks down toward his son, he reaches onto his waist. He plays a slightly different version from what we all know as the Song of Time. As he plays it, his son begins to disappear. The ocarina in his hands also seemingly disappearing, showing that whatever he did it purposefully, sending him away with one final hug. Before the man looks off toward the army of monsters in front of him, and what appears to be someone leading them all, pointing a staff forward as all the creatures rush toward the trees. The riding hero patting his horse and charging forward, his axe drawn, going at the army. And that is the last thing we see as we end our 100th session of The Legend of Zelda.
Oh.
God damn.
Man. Did I ever find a name for this guy?
A name for the grizzled old hero? The riding
Yeah.
hero?
Greg.
I mean, I had a funny thought, but if Deco has something in mind,
What's your thought, man?
it'd be really funny if his grandfather's name was also Marco.
It's just Mark. It's just Mark with a CK.
I'm gonna say that his father was named Marcus. Marco's name is Marco. The grand riding hero, keeping the theming, is named Mark.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, his name's just Mark.
But with a CK, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Can his father,
Yeah.
can his grandfather just be Markiplier at this point?
It's just it's just an old grizzled Markiplier.
With
Just
an
grizzled
immaculate mustache.
Hello, my name is Markiplier.
Hello, my name is
Marco.
Hello, army of demons. My name is Markiplier, and I'm ready to take you down.
Hello, my name is Markiplier. I'm here to kick your ass.
Well, just hello, guys. My name is Mark.
The riding hero coming in with the fist.
He just leaps off the horse. What's the horse's name, I wonder? I bet it's fucking Capone or some shit.
Kiplier.
Kaplier. You see, this is why Marco's and his whole family's names are so weird. It's because his dad was used to ancient Hylian instead of the new age
Exactly! I was
Hylian.
hoping you would get that!
Yes,
God,
you're welcome.
he
I
doesn't-
put
he
that
did
together
not.
immediately.
I was hoping you would get that!
I love it so much.
Your father's old school as shit.
We made it make sense, everybody.
I've been holding that revelation for a few games where I was just like, no, that has to be it. That has to be why. That's why they all have weird names. Because the dad's from from literally a different time.
And it would make sense why Garthos be like, Marco? Oh, that's how you spell it? Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's whatever.
Oh, what a session, y'all. What a session.
heckin' sesh.
I didn't
Yeah.
expect this session to be session 100, but whenever I knew it was going to be, I have actually spent all week trying to make sure that there are some big reveals that may or may not happen here. One of which was the entire backstory. I wanted to make sure that I wrote it decently well down for the backstory of the writing hero. Because I had the story wrote down. I went through and I actually like put some details into it. I made sure that it was as much as if you guys asked, I could tell.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I didn't come up with his funny name being Mark. I actually had a different thing down. But I love the idea of it's just Mark. That's my actual favorite thing in the world. But yeah. Marco's family is very intimately tied into that 100 hero battle that had happened with Gorthos.
I can't wait to
Damn,
find
Zelda,
out.
why didn't you say shit to me about this?
He didn't know.
She
I
couldn't see it.
I'm kidding,
established
I'm
she can't see the Lost Woods.
It's also from
so
what
far-
Zolaire just said. The gods only have a very limited understanding of mortal life, unless it just so happens to be told to them, or it is something to do with their domain.
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I just make another thing. Of course, it's just like, yeah, no, this makes perfect sense, and this is funny as hell.
Hey, Galen.
It's really cool how the horse is able to go through the Lost Woods completely fine, though.
You know, I wonder why there's a horse god that I never heard of.
Liar.
I wonder why the horse's armor was so blessed, and why it was so much better than with some of his parts.
We found the mirror shield. It's actually horse arm. It shines like a mirror. That's why he never gets hurt.
I also really loved bringing Zolaire back, because after we didn't really talk, Squeaky, about like what you guys might have talked about throughout the month, I'm just gonna say he was really just trying to get things going, and like this would be like your first bring back with it.
He was like in God coma.
Basically, yeah. And he's just like, oh wait, you can hear me, fuck. Oh, this is great.
About that, I was taking a nap.
It's
And
like
again, and again, the idea, I've been sitting on this ever since the Triforce was going down, but we don't have the Prophet in our group anymore, but we do have the Minstrel in our group, who I've mentioned from the beginning. Minstrels are literally like semi oracles. I've been sitting on the Ronan is now an oracle instead of a minstrel for a couple of games as well.
When did that happen?
That happened when you got the last Triforce piece, the one you just got.
Oh, okay.
So Ronan, what are you the oracle of?
I don't fucking know.
Oh, there's no like, you don't have to give yourself an oracle of something. You can.
The Oracle of Fishwife.
You can give yourself an oracle of this or an oracle of that, but it's the sages who come up with their big things.
If you ever asked Ronan to come up with a title for it, he wouldn't.
I'm going to assume, by the way, that Galen also got this same power up, and the fact that he can now do the flying thing, which I already told you guys about, as well as the other things going on. I am saying that Galen is definitely a sage, and he is the Sage of Winds.
Ooh.
There's an eighth.
We decide what the Galen will bring now.
But little did they know there was an eighth.
The oracle.
Well, here's the thing.
frogs.
That means that there wasn't 7 for some reason. Because
No,
there
it
can only
means
be
there's about to be 7.
Because there can only be.
Took you a second.
I just got the implication.
Yeah.
No,
It took you a
we're
second.
about to make it be 7 right now. We're about to go and kill this motherfucker.
We see Galen fly in, get the last shot on this fucking sage, and
then
claim his title.
And then Fortnite default dance.
The Oracle
fly
of
away.
Frog.
The Oracle of Frogs, yes. The Oracle of Croaks.
How do I imagine that, when when you pull open Windfall Isles cave and you find the Jabu Jabu, I just imagine it's gonna be Magic Frog instead. Just a giant ancient creature of ultimate power and magic.
Hell
yeah, dude.
But yeah,
He's
I
already
really
that.
wanted.
He's just not as big.
I really wanted, and you guys were able to help me very much by giving me scenarios to do these things. I was kind of already going to do somewhat smaller versions of a couple of the things we did today. But you guys, with your roleplay, giving me much better ways to go about things. I really wanted this episode 100 to be special for each of you. So again, with the Zolaire stuff, mentioning the Hadar stuff, and the idea that we can now see that Polo can go into basically a high demon state, but also a high god state, kind of. The idea that Marco, again, with his family, is really tied into this stuff, going into Marco's backstory of things, and also the stuff going on with the Sage of Life, the Oracle transformation, basically we're getting from Ronan, as well as the thoughts that Obra had of, you know, like, hey, I've been kind of with the idea of my entire life I didn't want to do big destructive magics, and now we kind of need that, and I feel really bad, and I'm holding you all back. And then of course Gorthos, the idea of the 100 hero war, and the idea that he doesn't have any big mementos from his 4 riders, and then giving him this picture that Misty has of the 4 riders that was taken by Marco's dad. A bunch of stuff. I wanted to make this game be as special as I could for all of you.
I can't wait to find out that Antares was just like a fucking, like one of my lieutenants back in the fucking the first war on Earth or something. Just like fucking.
Antares is his own guy.
You know, at this point, because like
he was someone that Gorthos probably would have knew about, like whenever he became a big deal, Antares. But it is not someone that would have been his rider. Maybe they would have had an interaction. Who knows?
God.
Who knows?
This fucking
I
stage.
just we get a flashback to me handing over the deed to my house. It's like, take care of it, I'll be back.
Just like fucking the only interaction you have is an actual realtor thing of like, yeah, I don't need this anymore. Here you go. Thank you for the rupees. These aren't rupees. What the fuck is this? Oh,
I
it's
am off
gold.
to go die in a war with 100 heroes. Here you go.
Here's the keys to the house. Don't mess it up. I'll be back. Don't invite too many people over.
And Trez just going, I'm inviting everyone over. This is my place now. I don't know. In a couple hundred years, I'm gonna conceive a child with a farm girl on that bed.
Oh hell yeah!
It's my fucking house now.
I never use that bed, so go for it. I guess weird, okay, but all right, I guess.
So, guys, I figured.
And I'm gonna make a better bed.
Guys, I've done it. I've done the impossible. I figured out what the 100 hero war was about.
Oh yeah.
It was the 100 hero battle royale, baby.
Oh, let's go!
It's all about that victory royale. Boys, get that victory royale.
It's all about the Mets, baby.
Get down!
All about the chug jug, boys.
My friend just sat down.
So when you I'm sorry, when you say a big moblin, is it a moblin or am I looking at fucking Ganon?
It is a humongous moblin that I said that almost none of us would have seen being that big. However,
Marco's seen one that's pretty big.
There was a decently large moblin that was shown to be much larger than other moblins and was able to take on a great hero and his extremely powerful party at one point.
Mm-hmm.
That
if that is the same fucking
moblin, who's to say, but we're gonna.
I'm going to pull his fucking spine out.
Who knows?
I will gouge out his
Make a
fucking
weapon out
eyes.
of it.
I'm going to turn him into a fucking seat.
Me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. But not Loot Lane.
I'm gonna make him the Barstool version of Soul Calibur.
My guys, I hope everybody had a great time. Thank you very much for everybody who gave fleetings today, who chatted with us today, who did donations and stuff today, who did their subs today, follows today. Thank you all very much. It's kind of crazy to know that one of my games is on an episode 100, because I didn't expect Zelda to get to episode 100. I thought it was going to end a lot sooner, but then we added players, we changed up players, we rewrote a lot of things, a bunch of things went down, and I really like where we're at in the game right now, especially. I think that we are in a really healthy spot as far as the plot and everything is concerned. And I am very appreciative that everybody has enjoyed it as much as they have so far. But with all that being said,
thank you for running it.
Of course,
no problem. I thank you guys for being in it.
I'm so happy to be in here with all of you.
I'm gonna redo all of these things.
Yeah,
For some reason, all of our fucking reactives are just not working right now.
Oh, no.
They're there, but they're not lighting up. So
Shit.
Also,
it's fine. They're there.
We definitely need some time to like This armor is just not good for Marco. This armor's not good for Marco.
Somebody help me.
Somebody, Arthos, help!
It's not like you can get any armor from your fucking grandfather. He didn't wear any.
I was kind of hoping I heard armor from Grandpa. I'm like, oh, is it armor I could wear for me? No, it's for the fucking horse.
He's just fucking.
Shall we mount down the horse armor?
To be fair though, if we do find that old armor, it wouldn't fit any fucking war horses in Lon anyway nowadays.
Yeah, we can fucking reforge it into a Marco armor, sure.
Who knows, man?
With all that being said, my dudes, thank you guys very much for hanging out with us. And we'll see if we're gonna keep some more of the Zelda music going forward. Now that I know that that the music we did earlier was good for streaming, then we'll check it out. I don't know. It depends on how things go on YouTube. Also, that's how we have to decide everything, because sometimes YouTube just doesn't like it when you use certain things. We'll see how things go. With all that being said, my dudes, hope you guys enjoyed this. We enjoyed it. Here's to another 100 episodes of Zelda.
100 episodes, 100 years. Let's go. Not RP. We'll give a name if we go another 100 sessions. It's great.
There won't be 100 more episodes of Zelda,
but there could be.
Campaign 2.
All that being said, my dudes, until next time, like always, later days.
Bye-bye.